Państwo, ja zaczynam.
So let me open the conference, and once again I would like to invite everyone to finish the coffee and come in, take your seats.
Thank you. No to kwadrans akademicki minął.
Yes, it is already 1:15, let us begin. One of the panelists told me just a moment ago that this is a great honor for him to be here. And let me just add by saying that it is a great honor and a great opportunity for all of us, as this is the first edition of Poland Grant Project, the 3Cs Initiative edition. And this is something that we shall continue. When we speak about the 3Cs Initiative, some people say that this is a project that spans over decades. Some people say over centuries, but certainly this initiative was first mentioned 7 years ago, in 2015. So 7 years in the world of politics is a long time, but if we look back in history, it is a very short period indeed. The second summit took place in Dubrovnik in Warsaw in 2016. In 2017, we had a summit in Warsaw with the President of the United States attending. Another important achievement is the 3Cs Initiative Fund and a network of trade bureaus or trade chambers of our countries. There is also another date I would like to mention. In 2019, the presidents of stock exchanges of the 3Cs Initiative countries established a cooperation introducing a new CEE Plus index. So this is the index presenting the stock exchanges from the Central and Eastern Europe. This index is published by the Warsaw Stock Exchange, as this is the largest stock exchange in our region. And they are hosting us today because of this project. Let me just mention that this conference will last 2 days. We will hear many panels. We will discuss the economic, social, historic, cultural and other dimensions of the 3Cs initiatives. We will discuss the potential for cooperation, joint initiatives and sometimes rifts that may appear in our Commonwealth, because if there are problems, we should also not neglect to mention them. So this is an equation we will try to solve. If not during this conference, we will continue the task during the future conferences. We shall also have a forum for journalists from Central Europe. We will try to work out what needs to be done in order for our cooperation to be even better. Before we start the first panel, let me mention that the strategic partners of our conference are State of Poland and the Regional Center for International Debate in Warsaw. You can see it on the screens. Another very important partner is Warsaw Stock Exchange, who is hosting us today and tomorrow. Our media partners, IPL, Strefa Biznesu, Audytorium 17, TVP World and Trójmorze web portal. We cooperating with the Polish-Hungarian Cooperation Institute, named after Felczak, 3Cs Foundation and 3Cs Association. I would also like to mention that we have very important guests and participants. Apart from our foreign guests, we have guests representing the Polish government, Minister Wanda Grodzka, the Deputy Minister of Culture and National Heritage, Arkady Żegocki, Undersecretary of State at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the head of our diplomatic service, Professor Jacek Czaputowicz, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, is with us today as well. Thank you very much. We are streamed online on the Polska Wielki Projekt portal.
Zapraszam Grzegorza Górnego, prezesa
And let me
Zarządu
now
Fundacji
invite Grzegorz Górny, the author of the idea and the president of the Polska Wielki Projekt Foundation. We shall now hear from him.
Dzień dobry, witam Państwa.
Good morning,
serdecznie.
ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome everyone. It was back in 2011 that we organized the first edition of our Congress. And since then, the international dimension has always been one of our main interests. Among them, the Central and Eastern Europe. Two members of our programming council began working at the Chancellery of the President back in 2015. It was Krzysztof Szczerski, who was the head of staff, and then Mr. Solo, who became the head of the National Security Bureau. So they were both dealing with international cooperation, which has always been an important part of our deliberations during the Congress. Another member of our programming council, Professor Jacek Czaputowicz, was appointed the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and at that time he was the co-author of another international format that was the Lublin Triangle, gathering Poland, Ukraine and Lithuania. So the international dimension of our development and the regional dimension have always been very strongly present. The idea of the 3Cs initiative, initiated in 2015, required a certain addition. It has an economic dimension, a political dimension. It focuses on infrastructural cooperation aimed at filling the civilizational gap, an economic gap between our region and Western Europe. It was not our fault that there had been a difference in the level of development, because our region was considered a very remote part of Europe, and for many decades it was under occupation. And most of our countries lost their independence at least twice over the last 500 years. They were all victims of wars during the 20th century. We were not free, we were exploited, and now we have an opportunity to start a whole new stage of development after 1989. So there are fields such as the energy sector and roads and digitalization, where we require 600 billion euros in order to catch up with the Western Europe. This is why the 3Cs initiative was established, and its objective was to strengthen the South-North axis in order to reduce this civilizational and economic gap. And of course, economies do not operate in a vacuum. They need a certain social tissue, certain social capital. And there we need to answer the most fundamental question: whom we want to become our business partner. Our business partner should be someone we trust. And we trust someone only when we know our partners. We realized that, unfortunately, countries of Central and Eastern Europe do not know one another all that well. We learn about the history of France, the United Kingdom, the United States, and we learn very little about the kings, the most important figures in countries of our region. In Poland, when we learn history, we do not learn about history of Slovenia, Croatia, Hungary, Latvia, Estonia. We could call it a terra incognita to some extent. So the economic dimension of the Three Seas initiative requires an addition. It will not be complete without the economic, without the social, media, academic, and cultural aspect. This is very important because we lack channels of strategic cooperation within our region. For example, amongst media representatives sent to other countries, very few are from countries of our region. So correspondents come from Western countries and they shape the image of our countries also in the neighboring countries. So DPA, Deutsche Welle, and other German or French press agencies, all media influence the image of our countries amongst the other countries of the region. So we need a closer cooperation in order to build the social capital, to increase the trust and friendly relations. This is one of the objectives of this conference, the conference we are taking part in. Next year, we intend to initiate or to establish a new center, the Three Seas Initiative House or Home. This will be a location where we shall host conferences, seminars, intellectual, artistic, cultural events that will gather distinguished representatives of our countries. So today's conference is, in a way, an opening for this very new stage of cooperation of the Three Seas Initiative countries. We will start with an intellectual debate, and let us hope that they will create a very good ground for the following events. They will lay foundations for our cooperation. And hereby I am announcing this conference opening. Thank you.
Czyli jesteśmy świadkami, tak jak mówiłem, historycznej chwili.
So we are witnessing a very important historic event.
Moderatorem pierwszego
Grzegorz, you have to come back as you are going to be the moderator of our first
realnie polityczny
panel. And there is a question mark at the end of the title. Three Seas, is it an imaginary commonwealth or is it a real political being?
Dzień dobry, zapraszam wszystkich teraz.
Good morning once again, and let me invite everyone to take part in a panel. And our panelists are Dimitri Rupel, a former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Slovenia. He was the minister for almost 12 years. He also served as the ambassador of Slovenia to the United States. He was also an opposition member, and in 1980s he was part of the anti-communist opposition movement. He was also the first head of the diplomatic service of Slovenia after Slovenia regained its independence. A very warm welcome, sir. Another panelist, Professor Matej Simundic from Croatia, who is the head of the Split-Dalmatia County gathering. So this is the northern Dalmatia, if I can just try to explain.
Też z nami pan Jaroslav Kuchyna.
Another panelist is Mr. Jaroslav Kuchyna, a former diplomat. He served in Poland and currently he's an analyst in the Transatlantic Studies Center in Prague, a Severo Center. A very warm welcome. And Krzysztof Ziemiec mentioned that we also have Mr. Arkady Żegocki amongst us. He served as an ambassador of Poland to the United Kingdom, and he's now the head of our diplomatic service and the Secretary of State at the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. A very warm welcome, sir. And as
współpracy Trójmorza byli wspólnie.
It was the presidents of Poland, President Andrzej Duda, and the president of Croatia, Madam Kolinda Grabar-Kitarovic, who initiated the Three Seas initiative. Let me address my first question to our guest from Croatia. From the point of view of Croatia, what does the Three Seas initiative look like right now? Well, what was the original idea of those who initiated this initiative? Because it was quite surprising that it was Croatia and Poland, so Croatia was one of the first two countries to take up this idea of the Three Seas initiative. So what is your opinion about the 7 years of this initiative's development, and what is your perception of the cooperation within our region? Can the Three Seas initiative become a real political being, a real political entity, or is it a more imaginary commonwealth, something that is more of utopia than a reality?
Here in Warsaw, I'm so happy to be here, and I'm honored to be in this great group of people. It's true that this initiative started with Mr. Duda and our president then, Kolinda Grabar-Kitarovic. In the meantime, she lost elections, so that idea which she really tried to, started in Croatia, a little bit go down. Now our president is not so happy with this initiative, let's be true. This is kind of diplomatic language which I use. And it's bad, it's not a good thing for Croatia and for our country, for people, for everybody, because it's like logical to cooperate with nations and with countries which are close to you culturally, languagely, economically and everything. So it's, we should change that in Croatia to have the more impact of that initiative in Croatia. That's the first objection, which I should say, to be honest, not to close eyes on the reality. Second thing is that I think it's not an imaginative thing, some fairy tale. It's a very realistic thing, approach. We need to put energy in it, ideas and money and whatever we need to do that. So first thing, we should start for the most urgent thing now. It's to help Ukraine, because the first thing is to help in humanitarian way, in military way, whatever it takes to help Ukraine, which is partner of initiative. Recently, it became a partner of initiative. So there is a Latin proverb that friends, we know who are friends in need. So the Ukraine is now in need, and these countries from which we saw on the map should think about Ukraine. Let's put an example. Now it's a big discussion in Croatia. Should Croatia receive people or soldiers from Ukraine to have some kind of education and trainings and stuff like that? And our president is against it, even though the president of government and the ruling party is for it. We have a big discussion on it, and it's a shame for Croatia. We should help Ukraine in that concrete way to receive soldiers and help them in that war. Another thing is, you ask me if it is a realistic way, a realistic initiative. I think it is. And the second thing to become more realistic, more concrete, is to organize things like that, like this, to have a non-governmental approach to the initiative, not just like high-level politicians coming together once in 2 years and have discussions, or to organize funds and stuff like that. It's great. We have to invest money in infrastructure and energy and whatever. When initiative started, there was 3 things, but now we have to widen the range of influence in cultural things, in media things, in non-governmental foundations and groups, social activists and stuff like that, to try to have it like a grassroots movement, not just from the top to the down, but just from the down to the top. And from my perspective, from Dalmatia, from Split, the great thing is tourism. That I think in tourism and in that industry we can improve connections and knowing each other better, helping each other, and that initiative that become more kind of recognizable in societies of these countries. And this is my first thing.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much indeed. May I now ask Mr. Dmitry Rupel, who as a long-standing Minister for Foreign Affairs of Slovenia commands massive experience and knowledge about how European diplomacy functions really. To what extent, in your view, the Three Seas Initiative project, or the project of engaging countries spanning from Estonia down to Slovenia and Croatia, to what extent such a project may become a real entity in the European and international arena, the entity then that can really articulate our interests in the international arena? Or do you think it is impossible? Do you think that our interests are divergent and we are not able to speak one voice?
It works? Yeah. Well, thank you for the presentation and for the invitation, of course. I enjoy being here, and I personally am very fond of the idea, or shall I say, I support the idea of Central European cooperation very much. Well, not just Central European, but also cooperation of the countries working within the Three Seas Initiative. Now, Slovenia, well, in a similar way, but not quite similar, not the same way, as Croatia, has changed government recently as well. Our president is going out. This is the president that was most, I would say, enthusiastic for the Tremarium. He has also organized a conference of Tremarium in Slovenia a few years back. And I certainly I'm very much in favor of whatever he has been saying about the cooperation of the 12 countries. Now, if I understood him well, he, of course, gave priority to economic cooperation. He was very much interested in the cooperation of companies, economies in the fields like transportation, digital connections, and so on and so on. Now, but you know, in a way, for him, this was also a political project or political initiative. Now, you must understand that in Slovenia, well, I would say that the support for Central European cooperation is not universal. Half of the political spectrum is very much, I would say, fond of such cooperation. Half of it is not so much enthusiastic, and even says all kinds of things about that cooperation, bad things or stupid things. Anyway, now speaking about the political side of the cooperation, in a way today, I remember a colleague of mine, a Russian colleague of mine, in the year 1992. The name is Kozyrev, Andrei Kozyrev. He was foreign minister of Russia. And he attended an OSCE conference in Stockholm. And he had there two famous speeches. The first speech, he said, look, don't be offended, but Russia really is not a European country. We are much more interested in Asian cooperation. We support Milosevic, that was 92. We think that Europe has betrayed us. And this is, you know, I'm here to tell you this, and don't be surprised. You should be aware of your mistakes, and so on and so on. And then the foreign minister of Sweden asked Kozyrev, Mr. Minister, what do you mean? And later, the American foreign minister, State Secretary Igelberger, said to me that he was just getting up to phone Washington about that. And, you know, well, the Swedish minister said, look, Mr. Kozyrev, please explain yourself. And then Kozyrev had the second speech. He said, well, this first speech was a warning. It is a warning for you, Europeans, if you do not support us. Certainly, Russia is a European-oriented country. At least the government of Yeltsin and myself is a European-oriented government, and Russia wants to be part of Europe. We would like to cooperate, and we shall cooperate as long as Yeltsin and myself are there, and as long as you understand the situation. Now, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that indeed, in the situation in which we are today, this Trójmorze initiative is also a question about Russia. Now, if I think back to the Intermarium, an idea that was invented here in Poland by Marshal Pilsudski, and if I think about Lambert Ehrlich, another, how shall I say, political philosopher from Slovenia, who had practically the same idea at the same time. Now, the idea was meant to divorce Western Europe from Soviet Union, or in a way, defend the countries of this region against Germany on one side and Soviet Union on the other. Now, I don't say that we are in the same situation today. Certainly, there is one huge difference. Mr. Marshal Pilsudski's and Mr. Ehrlich's initiative tried to avoid Austria. Austria was not indicated, was not mentioned in the group of countries that should be part of this initiative. Of course, Yugoslavia was mentioned in that context. Now, in this Trimarium initiative, Austria is in and Yugoslavia is out. Yugoslavia is out for obvious reasons. Only Slovenia and Croatia are in, which means that the western part of Yugoslavia should be or is taking part, participates in the initiative, which, as far as I'm concerned, is okay. Now, Yugoslavia is a special problem. Well, Russia is problem number one, but also Yugoslavia used to be a problem. If you go a little further back in history, you will remember that in 1944, in Moscow, Churchill and Stalin agreed to divide Yugoslavia 50-50. The countries like Slovenia and Croatia were meant to be more under the Western influence, and the rest of Yugoslavia would be much more under Eastern or Russian influence, Soviet influence. Now, for many, many years, this was in the back of the minds of many Yugoslav citizens, and in a way, the idea matured to a certain extent during the Slovenian and Croatian springs. Great change in Yugoslavia between 1991 and 95, especially. So, in a way, the Trimarium initiative is confirmation or, proof that the idea is not just an ad hoc idea, but has some tradition and has some roots in the past, has some foundation in reality. The realities of the countries like, I hesitate to call or to name all of them, but certainly Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Croatia, Slovenia, they have a lot in common. Now, the next question that arises here, and that is quite important, is how do we relate to European Union? Is this an idea or initiative contrary to the interests of the European Union or not? I don't think it is contrary to the European Union. I think it's an initiative that brings some fresh ideas to the European Union, and I would say pays attention to some very important issues. If you remember, the plannings and projects of the European Union, they go from the idea of the core group and the periphery group. They go from the central countries and peripheral countries. They go from French-German train to countries that perhaps do not fulfill all the expectations. And anyway, I think that one of the main problems certainly is sovereign national sovereignty. Now, in European Union, national sovereignty is not very popular. It's not a very popular idea, but it is being underlined, and it's being, how should I say, transmitted by the Trimarium group, and that's why I like it.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank Thank you very much indeed. You have mentioned a lot of very important issues, and we shall discuss them further later on during the conference, because there is a certain problem with the cooperation and integration of our region, as there is a number of formats. All of these countries function within the EU. Apart from that, we have the V4, the Bucharest 9, the Lublin Triangle, the Sławków Triangle. So there is a whole range of different formats. And the Trimarium, the Three Seas Initiative, is yet another format, and can it be perceived, as Dimitri Rupel said, in a certain opposition to the centralization of European Union, or can this be part of harmonious cooperation within the EU? And I would like to ask Mr. Kuchyna about this. It is a difficult question. I will try to speak Polish, and if you do not understand me, please let me know, and then I will start speaking English. So let me start by giving you good news, because in the Czech Republic, we had public opinion polls, and the topic was whether you will take part in a referendum on the annexion of Kaliningrad by the Czech Republic. And 90% of people said, yes, we will take part in a referendum and we will vote for the annexation of the Kaliningrad region. So very few people were against, and this is very good news, because there will be another entity with access to sea in the Three Seas Initiative, and Moscow will be very happy to know the results of public opinion polling in the Czech Republic. So that was a joke to begin with, but on a more serious note, I received a report by Professor Piotr Bajda last week, and he analyzed the relation between the Czech Republic and the Three Seas Initiative. This report was written in 2021 in May, and unfortunately, this was the first time for quite a long period for me to read something so negative about my country, negative and true at the same time, because the first reaction in the Czech Republic was, okay, so what is Warsaw plotting again? What does the Kaczyński want? Poland wants to be leading the region, they want to be the natural leader, they want to govern and divide. We cannot agree, let us call Berlin, let us ask Berlin what they think about it. And of course Berlin had a negative opinion, so we will be very careful, very diplomatic. We have the V4. Of course, V4 doesn't work. We could see this during the pandemic, but with the COVID-19, but we could see this with the great wave of migration, and we can see it during the Russian-Ukrainian war. We have the Sławków Triangle, as Grzegorz said. Well, the Sławków Triangle is the loser's triangle from the point of view of security policy. Austria, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia, they are not countries that can be proud of the military, of the armies, or the engagement in the current conflicts. So, and today the most important topic is security. And of course they were saying, well, we should not do too much about the Three Seas, we should be very careful. I will not list all the arguments used by the Czech Republic. Mr. Bajda did it very well in his publication. But the situation changed. For three reasons: the Kaliningrad, the war in Ukraine, and the new government in the Czech Republic. And all of this brought a new approach towards the Three Seas initiative. The biggest party is the Citizens Democratic Party in Prague, and this is the biggest pro-Polish entity in the Czech Republic. It's very important. Prime Minister Fiala and a group of his advisors. Our think tank is intellectual support for the government. We do not only deal with transatlantic issues, we have a union that is focusing on the Central Europe. And we managed to make sure that the Three Seas initiative has its place in the Prime Minister's exposé, and this is a good start. So this whole approach from Prague towards the Three Seas initiative is changing. Of course, there is a number of technicalities that need to be resolved. We need to appoint the plenipotentiary. We have to see whether it will be the Ministry of Transport or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that is ultimately responsible for the Three Seas initiative. But these are just technicalities. When we speak about the Central Europe, we always had a number of platforms. Three Seas initiative is quite recent, and I, as Mr. Minister rightly said, that Brussels may not always like it, but who cares? In a situation that we find ourselves right now, when we have this energy, economic and security crisis in the light of war between Russia and Ukraine, who is responsible? Okay, Putin ultimately, but the second place goes to Angela Merkel and Germany for Nord Stream, for Ostpolitik towards Russia, and the third place, it would be the Netherlands, Timmermans, New Green Deal or others. But this is something we could discuss at another date. So the very fact that Brussels does not like it, well, we should not care about it that much. What is important? Governments change, ladies and gentlemen. The Social-Democratic Babiš government with the support of communists was speaking diplomatically careful towards the Three Seas initiative, because they're saying, so what is Kaczynski plotting? Now we have a new government, but governments can change in every country of our region. The conclusion I would like to draw is that in order for us to be successful, maybe as part of Polska Wielki Projekt, Poland, the Grand Project Foundation, if we could create an unofficial platform for those boys and girls who talk to one another, regardless of who is in government, in Warsaw, Prague, Budapest, because we want the countries to remain true to this initiative regardless of what political party is in power. We should continue to meet, we should keep up this initiative. So it's like with the grapes and the wines exported from France to the United States. We want to have a deposit. If something goes wrong, we can bring back our vines, our plants, and plant them again. Well, thank you very much. And I would now like to ask Minister Arkady Żegocki. As I have mentioned, the Three Seas initiative originally had mainly economic dimension with the three main pillars: the energy sector, transport transport sector and digitalization. But the war in Ukraine made us realize that all these three pillars are not only part of the economy, they are also part of the security policy. The energy sector, it's obvious, transport, the logistics is so important during the war, and the digitization, yes, we can see that this is part of the critical infrastructure of every state. And also the outlook of Poland and our approach towards initiative is evolving since the beginning of the war in Ukraine. So the question to the minister, is there a change? Is there an evolution? Well, thank you very much for this question and for the invitation. I could look at it even wider, because there is also culture, public diplomacy, managing our image. These are also all parts of our security policy and of our security. So let me begin by thanking you for the invitation. Polska Wielki Projekt, Polska Grand Project initiated a debate in Poland, influenced a certain shift in our approach towards our own statehood, our own place and role in Europe. This is evolving thanks to this Congress, thanks to this foundation, and I hope that this spin-off, the 3 Cs initiative part of the Congress, will also be the origin of some very, very concrete, specific ideas and projects. This is something we need. We can see it clearly from what the previous speakers have said. In particular, during the war in Ukraine, we all realized, as our moderator said, that cooperation in the energy, infrastructure and digital sectors means that we are also developing our security policy at the same time. And we have a lot of potential we have not tapped into yet. If we look at the topic of our panel, is it an imaginary commonwealth or a real political being or entity? Unfortunately, we have to say, no, this is not yet a real political entity, not even a real economic entity or being. We are not yet sufficiently familiar with one another in order to successfully manage and complete our infrastructure and energy projects. It is not true that we have not achieved anything during these 7 years. We have achieved quite a lot. We appreciate how important these projects are, in particular the energy pillar. But what I would like to encourage is us becoming even more ambitious when it comes to our regional cooperation. This does not have to be something that is against European Union or against the transatlantic cooperation. Not at all. We could find synergy. We could make these initiatives more complete. There is also synergy with other formats that we mentioned here that can be found as part of the 3 Cs initiative. So I would like us to look at our region, appreciating its heritage, appreciating what we have managed to achieve over the last 30 years, separately or together. And this will lead us to see that we are an important part of the European tradition and history in terms of political order, organization of a state, governance, and our countries had to face challenges that the wealthy Western European countries did not have to face. And after the 24th of February, it is easier for us to defend the statement that we were right in many situations, that we were more realistic in assessing our security and geopolitical situation. So in other words, the very fact that Western Europe was not willing to use our knowledge, our experience, our expertise and our historical heritage was a mistake. A mistake that was detrimental to the interests of all our countries. So we should be more assertive in Central Europe. We should be more certain of our achievements, both those that date back a long time, because they are exceptional, and those more recent ones dating back to the last 30 years. So we should be more assertive when it comes to European cooperation in the future, because we have more to offer that even some of us may realize. And let me give you an example from Poland. In the 19th century, when we lost our independence, when we lost our statehood, we had to rethink our status, our place in Europe. And Maurycy Mochnacki used a very beautiful Polish statement. It is an antique form of Polish, which meant that we need to understand ourselves. First, we need to understand who we are during this period when we are not able to be a democratic state, and we should use this time to think who we want to be and who we should be. The original words came from Piotr Skarga, and they were very useful for the Polish elites to come up with an idea of what the reborn Poland could be like. And this is something that is quite pertinent for the whole region, because we are no longer the remote part of Europe. We are in the center of Europe, and we should understand and appreciate it. This is why I'm very happy that the Congress is so active, and that international think tanks and debate circles are very active, because as part of the 3 Cs initiatives we organize annual competitions. This is supported by our Foreign Affairs Ministry. Our Diplomatic Academy invites guests from our region. We want to exchange our views, our knowledge. We want to invite, we want to learn together from the Balkans, from the southern part of Europe, from our neighborhood. And yesterday we concluded the Heart of Europe Congress. This was the Congress of Public Television Networks from our region. And it gives us an opportunity not just to learn about the offer of our public television channels, but it can also allow us to influence one another. So we should not only look towards the West or East, even Far East. We should learn about one another. We should become more familiar. Our cooperation, of course, should focus on energy, on infrastructure, but we should not neglect culture and other aspects of cooperation, because if we know one another better, we will be able to fight fake news and misinformation more effectively. Thank you. Referring to what Mr. Arkady Żegocki has already said, I would like to add one thing. Sometimes it is not well known that those countries that lie between Russia and Germany gave the world 80 Nobel Prize winners. So a question to Mr. Mateusz. would you be so kind and tell us about whether Croatians have this feeling of self-awareness in Europe, because when we speak about the Three Seas Initiative, we think Central Europe. And what's the perspective of Croatia? What's the self-awareness of being part of this region? Does Croatia perceive itself as part of a Commonwealth, a community that could go as far as Slovakia, Poland, or Lithuania even?
Thank you. Let's start with this. Like Croatians in history has a trauma of being together with other countries. For many years, we were fighting to get independency in Austrian-Hungary Empire, and then afterwards in Yugoslavia. Even though Croats invented idea of Yugoslav, of Illyria, but for a long time, let's say like for 2 centuries, we were fighting for independency, and then afterwards, it was in the 19th, like 30 years ago, we got back our country and independence, but then very soon the idea of European Union started. And among common people, non-elite people like simple citizens, that was a big fear, what is going on with us. And even now, a great discussion about introducing euro as a currency and losing kuna. It's kind of what is going on with us, with our identity, with our sovereignty and stuff like that. Because we are a small country with 4 million people, and on the margin, on the periphery of the Western world, very close to us are the influences of Turkey, influences of Russia through Serbia, influences of Turkey through Bosnia and Herzegovina. So it's a very delicate position, and people are like afraid of getting together. And for us, it is to evolve, to become more assertive, as a friend said, that to become less in fear of getting together, and especially with countries which are very similar to us. And that is another thing which I want to say, that this Three Seas initiative, beside economic and political, has a culture and I would say religious connections. And especially because we have on the Western countries and even the United States, we have this new ideology which is approaching even us, gender ideology, and it is not very, how to say, in our country, and I think in other countries in Three Seas Initiative, it is not welcome, very well welcome, that ideology. And then for us to preserve our identity and culture, we should come together and say bravely that we don't need those things which are coming from the Western culture. I think it is for us. We don't We do not need to feel shame because of our identity, our values, and our history and everything. One example, a new curriculum for literature, for Croatian language in Croatia is so Anglo-centric, that when I was reading that, I was like thinking, these guys will learn more about English literature or American literature than about Croatian. I don't want to say about Polish or Czech literature or something like that. And that is one thing. Through media, through culture, through movies, music, and everything, we are in the process of globalization with with the English. I speak now English. I don't speak Polish or Croatian. And to preserve identity, to preserve culture, this kind of solidarity, communion, economic cooperation, investment, we really need that. To leave behind that fear, which I was talking about in the beginning, to leave that fear that we will lose ourselves, I think we should cooperate to preserve ourselves.
Widzę, że pan Dmitrij Rupel jeszcze chciał 2 słowa dopowiedzieć.
I can see that Mr. Ruppel wanted to add to what other speakers have
I
said.
would like to tell 2 anecdotes, to lighten a little bit the atmosphere of this discussion. Now, one has to do with Yugoslavia. Now, we must not forget that, of course, back in the 90s, the European Union and Americans, the West, really wanted to preserve Yugoslavia. When back in 1991, I attended the Yugoslav Peace Conference in The Hague. It was chaired by Lord Carrington, former Foreign Minister of Great Britain. And one afternoon, after a session which was going nowhere, he asked me, look, he said, Minister, who would you rather go to dinner with, Milosevic or Tudjman? And I said, well, I don't really, want to answer this question. We were in the middle of a process. And he said, admit it that Milosevic is much more fun. Now, the other anecdote is more serious. The other anecdote has to do with Ukraine and Russia. In 2005, it was the New Year's time, Christmas 2004, New Year, the beginning of 2005. I visited Yushchenko. Yushchenko was the newly elected president of Ukraine. Now, we landed in Lviv because he was vacationing in the Carpathians. And he invited us to his dacha. And we came there. It was this time of year, actually. It was snowing. A lot of army people there, on the skis, by the way. And we joined Yushchenko in his dacha. We climbed up to the first floor, myself and the delegation. We sit down. He has asked his wife, I think, to bring us something to eat. And after a little while, he said, would you mind if I invited a friend of mine to join us? I said, no, I wouldn't mind, of course not. And there comes Misha Saakashvili, former president of Georgia. And it was a very interesting discussion. It was a discussion of my life, really, a discussion which I remember very often nowadays. After a while, I think it was Misha who started it, said, the whole thing started in Georgia with the Rose Revolution. Was it the Rose Revolution, I think? Then it was the Orange Revolution in Ukraine. Now the next one is Belarus, he says. And then comes the Kremlin. And then we take Kremlin. No, I was, scared to death because, I knew that certainly, there was someone listening to this conversation, and I didn't want to be part of this conspiracy, so to say. What I'm trying to say is that really, here you have 2 foci, two centers of, world politics that have not, where the fire has not extinguished, where the fire is still on. Now, this organization or this initiative that we are speaking about or speaking in favor of today, I think could contribute a little bit of reason and maybe, water to I'm thinking, I was just looking at the glass of water, to extinguish the fire, the burning, how shall I say, character of this foci. Now, I do not have a recipe, I do not have a plan, but certainly sticking together countries that have strong European tradition and have also some, that's very important for Russia and Ukraine, some strong Slavic component. I think that might help, and that might be, a very important factor. And well, if you allow me, I shall add another little anecdote. Because it involves Poland. It was Christmas time of 92. That was before George Bush the senior left office. Alois Mock, Foreign Minister of Austria, Mr. Skubiszewski was Foreign Minister of Poland. Then Géza Jesensky, who was Foreign Minister of Hungary, and myself went to see George Bush because we thought that, the situation in the Balkans, especially in Sarajevo, was so burning, so important that Americans should do something about that, or should get involved, or should take a little more, pay more attention. And I described to Bush the situation in Sarajevo. Sarajevo was like a concentration camp, and the Serbs were shooting inside into the camp. That was really a very, very horrible situation. And then George Bush said, well, maybe we should really do something about that. But then it took 3 years before Americans did something, and it took Srebrenica, to initiate some sort of action. Now, I think that what we need is more international political attention to the crisis that we are now facing between Ukraine and Russia. And I am wondering whether this organization of ours, this initiative, can contribute to the resolution of this, this very serious situation. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And now I would like to mention a notion that has not yet been mentioned, geopolitics. Geopolitics. This is also a factor in our part of Europe getting organized. John Halford Mackinder once noted that whoever governs the Central and Eastern Europe governs heartland, and who governs the heartland governs the world. And he indicated and pinpointed the crucial location of our region, which was the cradle of 2 world wars and which was confronted with many ideas how to organize this space. Friedrich Neumann came up with his idea of Middle Europa. There was a Soviet idea, there was the Warsaw Pact and the construction of the communist states bloc. Now we are seeing something else in the making. The European Union, founded on entirely different principles than totalitarian regimes, is also trying to come up with some concept how to get our part of Europe organized. And of course, such an organization may be subjected to various scenarios. For instance, the centralist organization managed in Brussels, or a confederation organization with due respect to national identities and nation state. And my question out to Mr. Jaroslav Kuchyna, how do you see the European urge to get our central part of Europe duly organized? Is it going more towards centralization, or is it showing some respect to our national identities? Can we imagine the existence of 3Cs initiatives without Americans? Because the Americans are an important factor to it. Well, Grzegorz, difficult questions comes from you. I think that whatever is happening in the European Union goes in a bad direction. It goes in the direction of centralization, where New Green Deal has been imposed on us and other nasty projects will be imposed on us, and we will have to defend ourselves after Brexit. We, our countries, of the region are left high and dry without the British voice, which really mattered in the debate. Fortunately, the German-French locomotive is not working very well. Maybe they need a new diesel engine to power that. But looking at the whole climate and ecological debate, any reasonable person would just shrug his or her arms. If we look at the debates about the new nuclear plants and whether this is permissible, you go really shocked looking at the prevailing narrative in Germany and in other major European countries. Of course, support from the United States is crucial for the 3Cs initiative. This was seen from my country's perspective only once Americans came in with their injection of capital to the project. Babiš started considering more seriously 3CI, the 3Cs initiatives, because he's tempted by the funds that are brought by the United States. On the one hand, the United States are some backup for the 3Cs initiative. On the other hand, Russians really want to be present. They are present. We can see them active in your country, in Croatia. They are so active wherever there is Huawei involved, or 5G internet, and what is the common denominator for all of us? For all of us is that all of us, all the countries of the 3Cs initiative, have track record of negative experience with Russia. And I want to mention one point to you, Minister. We were right. The Belgians have no idea at all what Russia is about. I would say Germany has no idea what Russia is about. But as you can see, the narrative about Ukraine is now slowly evolving. You remember the Simpsons and there is a famous statement, who cares that you were right in the past, but it does matter. We must stick together. This ground geopolitics, the United States, the arguments in favor of a freezes in initiatives, clear arguments to keep this project viable, so it is not split into individuals, not by Russia, because Russia would like to launch a massive attack on the European Union, the NATO, Free Seas Initiative, Visegrad Group, and any initiatives bringing us together that are triggered by the Russians. So let's take care of the Free Seas Initiative. Let's co-opt for Ukraine. I don't think we will live long enough to see Ukraine joining the European Union, not in its present shape. I'm not sure whether the European Union in its present shape, so ever centralizing, will be suitable. It will never give room to have Europe of nation states. So we should really try to oppose this tendency to have a new federation. I must say, I'm very critical about the European Union. I never voted for Czech Republic joining EU, but who cares now? Now I have a question to Mr. Arkady Żegocki. On many occasions during this panel, the war in Ukraine was invoked. It really changed dramatically the situation in our continent. If so, how the Polish perspective changed towards Central and Eastern European integration in the context of the warfare going on? What are the objectives we are pursuing? What are the new goals that we have charted out for ourselves, the new goals for the integration of our region? Is there room there for Ukraine, for Moldova, for some countries of the Western Balkans like Macedonia, like Montenegro, and what is our take of the cooperation that already exists between the European Union of the Bucharest 9 of the Free Seas initiatives in the aftermath of February 24th?
Well, you do seem to specialize in the most difficult questions, and I am just a modest head of the diplomatic service. But when I looked at the very active role of our President, Prime Minister, in the months preceding the Russian aggression and in its aftermath, I'm really very impressed. And I think this is the most active period of Polish diplomacy ever. But you should not be a specialist in geopolitics to realize that the fate of Central and European countries is intertwined. We are codependent, and let me approach this situation from a historical perspective. When in 1795 Poland disappeared from the map of Europe, space for freedom and for smaller beings, smaller nations in Europe also disappeared. And it is not by accident that it was in 1918 that most of our countries regained their independence and freedom. So when Poland fell under two totalitarian regimes in 1939, freedom disappeared from Europe. So we probably remember a map by Timothy Snyder of the so-called Bloodlands. So there's over a dozen of million of lives lost, people killed in 1930s and 1940s. Those lives were lost on the territory of the former Kingdom of Poland. So we can see that without close cooperation in our region, we were not only not able to develop, but maybe we would not be able to survive. So we could see it even more clearly after the 24th of February. We could see that we cannot count on anyone else but the countries of our region who have a very similar outlook on the developments to the east of our borders. So it was only natural for Poland to understand that the future of Ukraine is of key importance for Poland. So the Three Seas Initiative region is very important, and we should be very active in Eastern Partnership countries and in the Western Balkans. And these projects can actually complement one another. So if we are successful with the Three Seas Initiative, and it should be possible, because we are the most dynamic, the fastest developing region in the European Union. We have very entrepreneurial citizens, very ambitious people. Of course, we still need to catch up when it comes to investment, but we should understand that we have a common interest, and if we only do so, we should also have a greater influence, not only within our region, but also in the European Union. And of course, this is something that has already been mentioned. For our region, transatlantic relations, relations with the United States are not in contradiction to our European relations. From our perspective, there is a certain Western sphere of interests, and it still exists, it's still important, and Poland is very active in the whole region, in Eastern Partnership countries and also in the Western Balkans, in order to make sure that these Western interests are protected. Well, thank you very much. I believe that this debate is the best proof of what Minister Grzegorz has just said. We have this commonwealth of values between our nations. We can see it even that the participants, our panelists, have all agreed with that. So thank you very much, gentlemen. But before we conclude, I would like to ask a very brief summary of the debate from each one of you. So 2 minutes per panelist, if you would be so kind. Starting with Mr. Mateusz Mundic.
Summarize it. I would say that this panel showed that idea of three Cs is not without future, that each country should be brave and assertive to connect with other countries in area, in Trimarium, not just in business, in investment, but in culture and every other aspect, not political, but cultural level. And that I would say that the events like this one, there should be more often.
Pan Dmitry Rupel.
Mr. Dmitry Rupel, please.
I have very little to add to whatever has been said. I think that some sort of friendship and feeling of solidarity between the countries, the 12 countries, exists, and that by cooperating, unfortunately also in the area of security and European Union affairs can contribute. Thank you.
Trzymajmy się tego projektu Trójmorza, opiekujmy się nim.
We should stick to the Three Seas initiative, to this project. We should develop it. We should include Ukraine, because Ukraine will not become part of any other project. This war will be a long one, but Ukraine shall prevail. And once Ukraine prevails, we would already have Ukraine as a partner, and let us not accept for the Western countries to say, oh, something is wrong with all of these people, they are plotting again. We should ignore these voices, and we should also bring this project down to people, because once the governments change, they should not be able to leave this project. And if there are people, if there are NGOs that maintain this project, it shall not perish. Well, I fully subscribe to what has just been said. This is an important project, and we can appreciate its importance even more during the war in Ukraine. We can see very clearly who we can count on during this very difficult test. The war in Ukraine also showed how effective we are when we use different instruments also on the international scene. And what is important, we should learn more about one another, we should become more familiar with one another, because if we know one another better, we can do business together and we can become a more influential center in terms of culture, and our self-awareness, our identity will not be lost. Well, thank you very much. I would like to thank all the panelists, and I would like to thank all the participants for their attention. We shall now have the second panel.
Tak, ja też bardzo dziękuję panelistom, dziękuję Grzegorzu.
I would like to thank our panelists very much. I would like to thank the moderators. I envy our Czech colleague. Your Polish is indeed excellent. It would be very, very good if we knew more Czech, Slovak and other languages. So we should improve when it comes to speaking languages of our neighbors. Thank you very much for this very inspiring panel. It shall be followed by the second panel under the patronage of the International Freedom Institute, Central Europe in the Haze of Misinformation. This will be a panel of journalists moderated by Wojciech Biedroń, a journalist of Polityce.pl portal and Sieci Weekly. We will have panelists from Romania, the Czech Republic, and also Croatia, but maybe our moderator will introduce the panelists.
Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wojciech Biedroń. I am a journalist of Polityce and Sieci. Let me invite our panelists, Madam Anka Maria Czernea, Mr. Wojciech Kirsten, and Mr. Ivan Hrstich. Please join me.
Proszę, chyba można już zasiąść.
So let us take our seats.
Chyba możemy zacząć. Drodzy Państwo, w dzisiejszym
Let me begin by
teatrze, nie tylko wojennym, ale
that
teatrze, który często z wojną się
present day
kojarzy, jest po prostu naszym
theatre,
życiem
not just the war theatre, but the public life in general, requires us to have certain instruments at hand. Because if we were to ask a Ukrainian soldier today what they need, they would say we need more HIMARS, javelins, we need weapons. If we were to ask Polish journalists, but not just Polish journalists, but also journalists from other countries in the Eastern and Western Europe, what they need, they would say, we need the truth, we need a HIMARS system that would attack and fight misinformation and fake news. Misinformation in the today world has become a form of religion with its own dogmas based on lies, and the reality is distorted.
A to ma służyć celom. Oczywiście z jednej strony są cele wojenne.
Everywhere. And
ten teatr bojowy
it is to serve different objectives. On one hand, these objectives are connected with the war that is underway. We have this information war, the public image war. Ukrainians are phenomenal in the way they play this information and public relations war. They use tools that are sometimes controversial, but they are winning. Russia has been preparing for this for many years, and they are using not just agents and spies located throughout the world. They also have agents of influence, different portals, bots, anonymous accounts in social media. So we are dealing with all of that today. Our panelists, each one of them have their own experience, the experience of their countries. Anka Maria Czernea from Romania, welcome.
Słyszymy na przykład takiego fake newsa.
I heard about a fake news in Romanian media. They said that the Ukrainian intelligence, together with the US, tried to induce Romania to send special forces to Kherson. So this is fake news that was reported in the media, also social media. Of course, this is a fake news of the 21st of April. What does the situation look like in Romania? How is Romania fighting against fake news and misinformation? Well, in Romania, it's very difficult to publish Russian propaganda openly, and Russians are aware of the fact that they are not force us to forget. So yes, we have very good memory indeed, and we have long experience of dealing with Russia. So in Romania you cannot be openly pro-Russian, but there are other channels and other methods that can be used. The objective is to create a conflict between ourselves and the West, in particular the NATO and our allies. With our, in particular, our American allies. So the messages we see is anti-Western and anti-Ukrainian. The anti-Western language is strengthened because of the pandemic. During the pandemic, they built a very complex network of very paranoid conspiracy theories about the pandemic itself. And on top of that, they are building another layer of misinformation. But this is something that is common. And if you allow me, already at the stage of the pandemic, these countless accounts were established. And very quickly, they started discussing the pandemic Republic, and they started to discuss the war and Ukraine. Yes, these are the same sources. And when I looked at the data prepared by Romanian media, you could see that 55% of Romanians believe that during the last few months they were confronted by misinformation and fake news, and 30% of respondents say that Russia is responsible. So the level of awareness is quite high if we compare Romania to Poland, for example. So Romania seems to have a very good memory of Russia. Yes, and Russians are quite well aware of that. Some few years ago, before the war, there was an article on the Katechon website. It is Dugin's portal or website. And they spoke about Romania and Poland, and they wrote that it makes no sense to try to convince the Poles or the Romanians to love Russia, because this is a waste of time, a waste of energy. So what they were proposing is to create an impression that they are fighting for our sovereignty, because our sovereignty is something that is under threat because of the NATO, because of America. So that was the idea. Yes, this is the narrative that we hear from some of the media. We hear that the NATO is our greatest enemy and the United States is our greatest enemy because they will play with us and then drop us once they are tired of us. Yes, we could hear such language also in Poland. And let me ask Mr. Kirsten now. Good afternoon. What the situation's like in the Czech Republic? I read a very interesting bit of information on disinformation or misinformation. These are the so-called chain emails that reach people. And the Czech studies show that over 50% of elderly residents of the Czech Republic receive such information, and it has impact on how they perceive not just the pandemic but also the war. And another interesting bit of information, that it could have been those emails that induced the recent protests in the Czech Republic, because people were protesting against the dire economic situation. Does it have such a strong influence in the Czech Republic?
Yes, chain emails is a huge problem in Czech Republic in terms of disinformation. It's one of the channels how disinformation spreads, aside from social networks, from social media. But let me get 2 days back when we were celebrating our Freedom Day, fall of communism, on Thursday, and there was a huge rally of disinformation-led protagonists in Czech Republic. They were marching towards Czech television, public service TV, public media TV, and they were just asking for some airtime to open on screen and to formulate some demands. And it's one of the effects of those chained emails and disinformation in Czech Republic. I mean, they just set the propaganda that is materializing then in those kind of rallies.
So it's the big problem only for the senior people, for the older part of the society, or it's a problem more wider?
I believe it's targeted mainly towards senior people or older people, and it's a role of their family and their younger members to just explain the situation to them and to kind of counter this disinformation channel.
How about the government? Is the government fighting with this chain emails or doing something in that topic?
We are in era of war, high inflation, high energy prices. This is such a huge agenda that government has. Yes, we have coordinator for tackling this issue. We have some sort of sections between at certain ministries, but it's really drop in a pond. I mean, it's comparable to European Union. European Union has its East Strat Force for this, and its budget is, if I remember correctly, about €1 million. It's also insignificant compared to these troll farms that are targeting.
But it's troll farming. It's a problem in not only in Europe, but it's in the entire world right now. Mr. Ivan Stich. Chciałbym pana spytać
I would like to ask you
o te problemy
about the
dotyczące
problems
właśnie
related to
Chorwacji. W Chorwacji
Croatia,
uważają,
because the
czytałem
Croats
w chorwackich
believe,
mediach,
or
że
at least this is
ogromnym
what I
problemem
infer
dezinformacyjnym
from
i
your
takim
media,
kanałem
is
dezinformacyjnym,
that the
który
massive
dociera
problem with
niestety do
disinformation
Chorwacji,
and the channel that
zapalnikiem
brings
jest Serbia.
fake
To podobno w Serbii
news
tworzona jest największa
is
taka antyzachodnia,
Serbia.
antynatowska
Apparently,
również,
it is in
antyamerykańska
Serbia
propaganda,
where
która może
most of
wpływać na nastroje społeczne w
anti-NATO,
Chorwacji. Jak
anti-European
pan to ocenia? Czy to rzeczywiście jest
propaganda
problem?
is generated to impact your social moods. Is it a problem? How?
We speak the language which is easily understandable to both nations, so it is very easy to follow. Neutral newspapers and other media. People in Serbia watch Croatian TV channels, and people in Croatia at some extent do, but everything is easily poured from one border to another, and every hoax is particularly gains speed crossing the borders. So it could not be easily stopped. Because even if you talk about the current situation, about Russian invasion in Ukraine, Serbia is a problem because we see the latest information is that Russia today opens the portal in Serbia. It was curbed in most of the European Union, and then they now find a way to cross the border. So if they open the channel in Serbia, it would be easily followed in Croatia. So it is a problem. But the problem is it's not Serbia, as I see it, it's within Croatia. It is easy to deal with Russian media. You could stop them if you want. It does have some democratic questions. It does curb freedom of speech too? Does it curb my freedom to follow any source that I want and to somehow compare different sources, even if they are wrong and the bad ones like Russia today? But that is not the question. It is easy to deal with lies that comes from Kremlin directly. It's a problem when it comes through the mouth of the people from your own parliament, from the heads of your state. What do you do then? I had many times a problem dealing with the Croatian president live on television, quarreled with him about his views on Ukraine and this part of the Europe that is outlined here on this map, because he often mocks the idea of the three Cs, because he sees it as the initiative that was promoted by his predecessor, who he doesn't like. So everything comes through this perspective. And he openly promotes Kremlin politics and ideology. You cannot stop him on Twitter like it was done to Donald Trump. He doesn't have a Twitter account. You cannot stop him on Facebook because he does have an account, but he doesn't use it. He uses his ability to speak publicly and his power to attract Croatian media. We follow him everywhere he goes, and we promote what he says lively.
Is there an idea how to stop it, how to not follow him?
I follow him too. It's part of my job.
But it's your job because you are the journalist. Yeah?
I'm a culprit, but this is not my choice. I had to. Sometimes some of the biggest hoaxes that he elaborated in front of the Croatian media, I'm responsible for them too, directly. A couple of days before the invasion, I openly confronted him live on television, and he asserted that there's not going to be any invasion, that Putin is an old man and he will die tomorrow. And it is all the fault of NATO if it happens. So he said it was. It should be done with this expanding of NATO. I've seen it too much in my whole day in life. It is over now. It's time to say enough, and I will say enough. I will stop any other expanding of NATO if it happens. And it did happen. And several days after that, of course, I confronted him. Are you going to stop Finland and Sweden now? Yes, I am. And I'm going to, and he doesn't use the word blackmail, but blackmail NATO to stop the expansion if they don't fulfill my demand to change the election law in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Well, I am also partial to changing this election law, but not in this way, this completely wrong way. It's an extortion, and it's an open blackmail, and it's against the vital interest of Finland and Sweden. You cannot do that. But of course, when every day the president of your country says things like that, you cannot fight it like it was said by Dmitry Peskov. It's totally different.
It's horrible. Yeah.
And so you have to every day fight against it, say that it's wrong, and risk your own reputation fighting the president lively on television. That's not a comforting situation at all.
Yeah, it's a great problem. Ale jeśli mówimy dzisiaj, drodzy Państwo,
and today, when we are speaking about persons that should be tracked down, we as journalists, we have this obligation to follow, to track down certain persons, and in Poland likewise. And interestingly enough, we have people who have openly pro-Russian narrative, and sometimes they even hit the very basic tenets of our historical memory. Very recently, Mr. Korwin-Mikke said that during our January uprising under partitions of Poland in 1863, the cruel Polish insurgents were murdering defenseless Russians. So this really upturns all our historical memory. Of course, the Confederation, whose part is Mr. Korwin-Mikke, has public support of 3 up to 6%. However, as a YouTuber, he may attract an audience of several thousand up to 1 million of followers on YouTube. So how come that a politician not widely supported in public, a general, attracts such a massive attention on YouTube? Well, he has such YouTubers that will, YouTube audiences that will follow him day in, day out. In Romania, do you have such a person who would promote such odd anti-EU, anti-NATO theories, conspiracy theories. Have you tracked down such sources of misinformation in Romania? Of course we do. We do such persons. Fortunately, thank God, it is not the state president, not any longer. But they are very well-known people, like actors, like celebrities. There is also an Orthodox bishop who is very well-known and who also directs such a propaganda. Also, we have a new political party, which is probably the most pro-Russian party we have ever had. It was recently created, yes. It is called AUR, and we can clearly see that this is pro-Russian in its attitude, and their narration is not that open, but we hear states we offer too much of aid to Ukraine. We bear too heavy costs because of refugees. This is not our warfare. This is the conflict, the war of the West against Russia. And the West is morally corrupt, in moral decay. Oh, well, there may be a grain of truth in something they say, but this moral decay, the moral corruption, is a slogan that really brings Russia to our minds very quickly, because this is their narrative. And of course, such tendencies were visible also in the past, but one mustn't forget that the level of infiltration perpetrated by Russia and the cultural warfare of neo-Marxism has resulted in such a situation that we also have in the West. And now Russians employ this situation and abuse this situation. So first inspired this situation, and now they really reap the fruit of what they have been doing. Yes, indeed. Yes, this is the case. And they want to be like a guardian, whereas they are insiders. And I think that this is even more dangerous than warfare, real warfare, because we see that in military terms, the Russians are the losers in Ukraine, in military terms. But this is like the other facet and not so well recognized, very much misleading. And this is the secret force that Russia commands. This is like some devil's power. They don't have force, but they abuse the weaknesses of the others. Yes, indeed, the weaknesses. And you have rightly pointed to the situation in the West, the moral weakness, the ethical weakness of the system, that is the only acceptable system to democracies. But now we hear the cultural warfare, and Russia is now reaping the fruit, Putin is reaping the fruit of the effort that has been promoted by Russians long ago. And if we look at the situation in Central Europe and in the Balkans, we see that this mixture danger of signals may be potentially explosive. My question to Mr. Kirsten about those rallies and protests in the Czech Republic. They have been triggered off by the economic situation in the greatest part of them, but such massive rallies, they were unprecedented in other countries of Free Seas Initiative. They also were present in Germany, and were they more political or more economic?
Economic. Czech Republic.
We hope so.
Yeah. Czech Republic was very heavily dependent on Russia in terms of fossil fuels imports. We imported 100% of natural gas before 24th of February. Now, obviously, there's nothing flowing to Czech Republic, and therefore, because of that, it drives the inflation to the really high numbers. We had the highest inflation in European Unions during the summer. Now we are in the middle, but it's still very high. So it's really about economics mostly. It's the economic stupid, but part of it is obviously sort of promoting those narratives. But those disinformation, if you look at it, I mean, it's all about monetization, either in financial terms or political capital. There was some talk about party in Romania. In Czech Republic, we had one parliamentary party that is half disinformational, who is supporting those kind of rallies. And we saw how they are changing their narratives as the wind blows. It was anti-COVID first, now it's anti-Ukraine. It's not really that they believe in it. It doesn't matter. They are just using it. It's a part of their populist strategy, and that's how it is.
Czy populizm, który
So populism, which is a very attractive tool for different politicians, conservative and even extreme left. All parties use populism to some extent, greater or smaller. So what's your opinion? Is it a major threat today? Very obvious populism, which considered together with economic difficulties and the threat of war, is it the most dangerous thing for democracies in the Central Europe and also in Croatia?
Not in general against populism. I have a view on populism that could be favorable,
yes.
but I don't see that kind of populism very often. I'm talking about the kind of populism that deals with people's interests and not only with their basic desires and their nightmares. So most of them really try to raise those nightmares into daily life and play on them. They do it willfully, and they do it with evil intentions. They do not do it because they are their own convictions, but because they know they can use that. And they do that on a daily basis. I've mentioned the president of Croatia, who was until recently a social democrat leader of the reformed Communist Party, and now he plays on something that was before reserved only for the extreme right wing. Now, today, we cannot see the difference between right wing and the right left. They are on the same circle, and so far that they meet on the other part of the circle, and sometimes they quite causingly overlap. In Croatia, especially. So today we have a president who plays on those feelings and openly expresses the views that are openly Kremlin politics, Putinophile politics. Maybe he doesn't believe so, but they are exactly the replica of those things that are promoted by the Kremlin. There's no difference in the sayings and in the phrases. They're quite the same. So I don't want to dwell on his intentions, but I see what are the results, and they are really painful in Croatian society. Today we have to deal with the decision whether Croatia is going to take part in taking Ukrainian soldiers and give them opportunity to train on Croatian soil. He's openly said he's going to forbid that. And he has some constitutional rights on that part. Mainly his authority is ceremonial, but he is still the supreme commander of Croatian army. So he uses his authority on that part and openly invites everybody who has some authority in the parliament to do the same. Two-thirds of the parliament can overvote him. And today it seems that the Croatian government doesn't have this two-thirds of the vote. But it is going to pursue this vote so that everybody comes on the light and show their intentions. So there is going to be written in the history who was in favor of Ukraine and who wasn't. And Croatian government hopes that this is going to be maybe enough for them to not be remembered as being on the wrong side of the history. But who knows? Everything could happen at this moment. We could fight against the fake news. Is not the war lost, but it is something that could never be won completely. It is continuous battle because of the nature of the people and the nature of today's media. Everybody is a media today. Every person could be a media of its own if he does have a reach in today's electronic media, global media.
Everyone can be, these days, can be a journalist, can be a vlogger.
Of course, and they are. And if they have a reach, they have an impact. So there is one tweet from Elon Musk that I've seen. It was the recent one. He said, "I am going to grant the freedom of speech, but not the freedom of reach." It may be the same to many, because if you don't have the reach, maybe you don't have the freedom of speech. But if we know there are certain persons who are already proven to be the manufacturers of hoaxes and fake news, maybe they should have a limited reach. This is a slippery slope, because it could be used by undemocratic governments to curb someone who is on the good side of the history, but against the government. So there is a clear danger in this, but it should be elaborated. And even myself, I will have to dwell on these words by Elon Musk.
Rzeczywiście wywołaliśmy trochę temat mediów, bo
yes, indeed. We brought up the media because we often complain, saying that certain governments either are friends with Putin or they look towards Putin with friendly eye. Or we say that some journalists or some media
przed tą zbrodnią, którą codziennie popełnia.
Also support Putin, and the other media were not able, regardless of what they did, to stop Putin. And sometimes maybe we should admit that as journalists we are also partially guilty, because sometimes we overlook certain fake news.
My part of the guilt.
Okay. Często jest też tak, że na przykład albo niezbyt
we are either not very successful in identifying fake news. Today we tend to say that everyone can be a journalist today if they have a web camera, if they have access to the internet. Of course, when I say journalist, I would use inverted commas for that, but fake news is often used as a tool in a political battle. not just in Poland, but in many countries, democracy is a clash of arguments, and media sometimes exploit fake news. They are also able to develop campaigns based on misinformation and fake news. In Poland, shortly before the war, we had a situation where one of the media prepared a series of articles against the Polish machine gun Grot, and today it is very successful on the battlefields in Ukraine. It is one of the favorite weapons by Ukrainian soldiers. But one of the media owned by foreign capital, just before the war, launched a campaign against this particular weapon. So this is just one of the examples, but I could give you many. There are some media, and journalists claim they are independent journalists, but indeed they spread propaganda. We have such an internet television channel, for example, that was established recently to spread propaganda. And what's the situation in Romania? Do you have problems with some of the journalists, some of the media, who either favor the use of fake news or they consider it a source of income? Well, I believe that until recently, this phenomenon was limited mainly to media connected to Germany and the left-wing Western circles. But the situation has changed recently, and we had very unpleasant surprises. Persons whom we considered very respectful, whom we admired for their past achievements, and right now they have changed. It's quite incredible because it seems like they are totally different people. So these may not be numerous examples, but they are quite striking. Some of them are close to our portal. Some names are people who were close to our portal, and it's very, very unpleasant. But I believe that as time goes by, well, you know, during the war you cannot lie too much, and I believe that reason will prevail, or at least it will have a chance to prevail. And what's the situation in the Czech Republic? Do you have some journalists? So it's a question to all our panelists. Because media sometimes evolves into something that is no longer responsible, that goes into the battle and becomes very dangerous because they have their followers, their readers. Some journalists are quite of high repute. In Poland, in the conservative side of the political scene, we have some journalists who have some position, and now it turns out they are a tool for anti-COVID or anti-Ukrainian propaganda. Do you have such examples in the Czech Republic?
Yes, but they are marginal. First of all, I would like to say that I don't believe with the thesis that everyone can be a journalist. I don't believe in it. I mean, it's difficult discussion who is journalist actually, but I don't believe that everyone.
Journalists with quotes.
Yeah, I believe that the distinction between legacy journalism and influencers and social media networks and public figures with high reach, high impact is even more important in current times when it's difficult to distinguish the truth from lie. I mean, it's a gray area. To your question, you asked about those public figures and their reach. In Czech Republic, we are highly pro-Ukrainian, so pro-Russian narratives they are quite marginal, and yeah, there are some figures, but no one takes them seriously. I think that about the guilt, it's a very important thing. I believe that media played a huge role in the current situation, because when we look back 15 years ago, it was this business model of media that was really advertised-based and was falling for a lot of cheap clickbait that worsened the environment of media. And I believe it's changing now, because we are trying to get more front relation with our readers. We are actually asking them to pay for the news that we are providing them. It's no longer free as it was 5 or 10 years ago. So I believe it's changing, and I think it's a good change.
Hope so. This situation that in your media most of journalists are pro-Ukrainian. Maybe it's that because you didn't have a difficult history about the Ukrainian border. We got it, unfortunately. So maybe it's easier in Czech Republic. Mr. Ivan? And how about your country? And many journalists which are fighting against Ukraine, fighting of course in the media.
I think that most are pro-Ukrainian, and those who are not, they try to plant some cuckoo's eggs here and then, and to leave somebody else to break them. There are lots of traps planted here and there, but generally the media plays on the Ukrainian side. The difference is how they deal with those statements pronounced by the president. That is not real equivocal. Some of them they favor him, so they are openly against expressing views that are not according to what he says, or they just avoid commenting on that subject. And the problem is that every day there should be a battle against those views, because they are clearly hoaxes. From the first hoax that is so widely spread not only in Croatia but everywhere, that the NATO is responsible, that Russia attacked. That is the greatest hoax of them all. We could debate, of course, the whole day about the mistakes that were made and maybe contributed to this. But after Russia attacked Ukraine in this way, the time for debating such a question is completely, it is out of date. It's not, if you talk about it, you play in the hands of Kremlin and Putin. That's for sure. It is not, nothing productive could evolve in the contemplating on what NATO should have done or could have done, because NATO did not attack. Russia did.
Do you think that there's a part of society, which needs anti-Ukrainian agenda? Maybe.
I see it every day that people talk against Zelensky and Ukraine in Croatia, and I see it in Serbian media, and I see it in Croatian media, and I'm not talking about journalists, but comments in the media, and I just cannot say that Serbia is openly more pro-Russia than those that comment in Croatian media. It's awful, and they say the same things.
Maybe we should think how to fight with.
Obviously, maybe the number of those in Croatia is smaller, but they are equally loud, and they are present, and some are even paid for that. I believe that Russian capital is not only in those countries that are historically connected with Russia, but even in former Yugoslavia, not only Serbia, but in Croatia. We are intertwined with Russian capital. We are fighting at this moment for the ownership of the largest Croatian company. It was the largest in the former Yugoslavia, on the territory of the former Yugoslavia, and it played in the hand of the Sberbank. So it's still, the fight is still not over. It is right now maybe at the height. And the problem is not easily solved because there are so many people that are involved in this. I've seen and listened to the president and one of the opposition party that claims to be sovereignistic one, conservative. And he says by admitting Ukrainian soldiers on Croatian soil, we openly draw targets on our foreheads openly for the Russians to shoot us. So what startles me is that I do not see that in Poland like I see it in Croatia. In Croatia that hardly won this war so recently against Serbia and Croatia was in the position of Ukraine and Serbia was Russia at this moment comparably. Maybe there are differences, of course, but there are many similarities. And after this experience, you stand up in front of the cameras and it's said that you are sovereignist and you say things like that. It's shameful. And there is a fertile soil for these kind of statements, obviously, because if there wasn't, they wouldn't be talking like that.
Właśnie, może te rozważania będą nas kierować.
Yes, indeed. So perhaps these reflections might direct us to consider the future. We know the situation as it stands concerning fake news. Any of us in your respective countries, any legacy journalist will know where those forces are located and who is financing them, who is sponsoring them. But we should consider the future, and admittedly, I must say that I do not see any clear vision how media are going to evolve. We can spend hours talking about digitization of media, disappearance of paper media. But this is not an answer to the question when fake is going to replace reality. And I'm afraid that this may happen, that the fake information will be seen as more credible and people will simply believe a fake news provided that this is made public in social media, then give credence to professional publication in mainstream media. What is your take on this? Do you think that this disinformation is going to evolve and prevail? Well, I'm not that much pessimist. I think that the reality at hand will not allow for the fake news to prevail that much, to depart from the truth that much. Sooner or later, the truth will prevail, will overcome, but much depends on us. I'm more of a pessimist when I look at the West and the evolution of the situation in the West and not in our region. I think that in the West we cannot see any bigger hope for the rebirth of intellectual movement that would be mature enough and intellectual enough as compared to what I see in Poland. Well, no longer in the West. No longer in the West. But I think that this is also the point in our meeting today. just to realize the potential that we represent in this region. The war is by no means over. Yes, so truth is still discussed. Yes, yes, indeed. So we really have this notion of truth. And if we have this vocabulary at hand to call the things by their name, it will be good. We don't need massive resources, massive funds. If someone is telling the truth, well, the truth is defending itself. It has its inherent power. It's simply enough to state the truth, and people will grasp it. Sooner or later, it will work.
Mr. Wojciech, how describe which way we go as media?
I'm a cautious optimist. I believe that we were caught off guard because fake news were used as a weapon. Well, it's in Gerasimov doctrine, which is 2013. It's like 10 years now working against us, against the West. And I believe that more and more players are involved in fighting it. It's on national level, on supranational national level, NGOs, media literacy, media itself. I believe a big part of the equation is a pressure on big tech and their advertising systems, so they could be taken off demonetizing those fake news, which is their business model. So yeah, cautious optimism.
I believe we are on the road to hell. Because everything is going downwards. A few years ago I would have said differently, but now no. I see that many people read only headlines.
Yeah, I think so.
And the headlines I have witnessed the death of the classic news headline in the last several years. We have now the desperate pursue for the clicks on the portals, and they openly lie in the headlines, saying something that was not even.
So that's why I said that it's even our fault. It's not.
Of course, it's our fault. I admit it. I take part in this. I'm not writing those headlines,
yeah,
but I'm part of this the whole game. And the headlines change. The most headlines have a scenario like this. This guy. They don't say the name. They're not saying where, in what country. Woke up this morning, did something. They say what, and then this happened. They don't say what, and you won't believe what did he say, what did he said after that, and what he did, and what happened.
So that's why you're clicking.
That is the scenario of today's headline. You cannot find anything in this. And of course, people are not learning anything from that. Everybody is afraid, of course, that the people are going to read only the headline and not going to click on the article. But anyway, they are not clicking on the article. And nothing good comes out of it, of course. We have to fight this situation when we have those not only clickbaits like this, but open ads for something that should be banned, like suspicious medicines that deal with everything. Put this on your head and you'll learn English in 7 days, and so on, and so on. If we should start from ourselves, clean before our own door, before everything. We should ban things like that in our media, on our front pages. Of course, when we allow something like that, and we let this kind of sewer on our headlines, anything could happen after that. Everything is possible, yes. And everything happens. And I should add maybe regarding this very project of 3 Cs that is often mocked in in the part of creation media and creation president. Maybe it's our fault too, because we do not represent it in a way it should be represented, and maybe there are some flaws in the project itself, because it is mainly interpresidential and should be more intergovernmental, and not only only those parties who are actually in power at that very moment, but include the opposition. So when the election happens and the government changes, that project stays and lives on, because it is really needed.
Dlaczego też powiedziałem o
And this is why I was speaking about the pessimism and the comparison with the situation as it was in the past. Let's say that we have two fake news that make a gigantic career. The first fake news was the information that Poland is going to hand over MiG-29 for Ukraine. This was fake news. This was an artificial creation, and my immediate impression was that this was an information that was read all across the world. People were preying on this fake news. And the other news was that a Russian missile fell on the village close to Hrubieszów in Poland. And that is like open Russian attack, and people were preying on this fake news, and I saw some serious journalists commenting on the event, and people in a very knowledgeable, well-versed language started saying that Russian provoke war with NATO by engaging targets close to Hrubieszów in Poland. So a complete aberration. And why was that media got drawn into this fake news so quickly? And in those two fake newses, there is like a news potential, and there is the power of attraction. But it is interesting that professional military journalists or geopolitical journalists simply upheld this information, shared this information, and were not capable of asking the question whether this is true or not. This is the Polish aspect, the Polish facet that I would like to bring to your attention. And my question to you, Anna Maria, what is the attraction of fake news? What makes fake news so attractive and palatable? What is it that makes us, journalists, seduced by the fake news? Maybe the devil is always seductive. Yes, precisely. Yes, precisely. This is a question for theologians and philosophers. What is this power of attraction that lie has? We know that from the very beginning of history, after man was made, was created, lie was powerful, and that's why we are now finding ourselves in a situation in which we are. And you are right, quoting those Polish fake news instances. And I would say that it lasts. It lasts 5 hours, but then truth prevailed. And of course there will be the struggle between the truth and the lie. Yes, indeed, yes, because people may be tempted to highlight something that is short-lived but attractive.
The love to fake news are the same in societies of Eastern and Middle Eastern Europe, or it's maybe something close to the France, German, maybe Great Britain or this country.
Well, I believe we are closer to Russia. We can see on the map. So Russia is obviously targeting us more heavily than, for instance, Portugal. I don't know if my mic works. It works. Than Portugal and Iberia, for instance. But I had a point that I just forget, unfortunately, to make. Maybe go ahead. The question.
What was the question? Do you think that the fake news are more popular in Eastern and Middle Europe, or maybe on the West side? Popular in societies.
I don't think they are popular or not. I mean, in Czech Republic, yeah, they spread a lot. I think that United States has different kind of fake news. They have flat earthers, for instance, and they have their Pizzagates, and they have a lot of different kind of fake news. Also, you used this example of this missile that fall to the border. I think it's important to distinguish between disinformation and misinformation, honest spreading of not truth news and malicious use of fake news. I was following this incident very closely on social networks, on Twitter, on Facebook, and some other social networks. I believe most public figures, and it's not only journalists, it's really influencers, analysts, and so on. Our presidential candidates in Czech Republic, by the way, they just jumped to the conclusions. I don't know why. I mean, they just did. It's probably something natural, but I don't believe it's something that is specific to journalists and journalism.
Ja do pana Iwana chciałem się zwrócić tym razem po polsku, bo mam tutaj...
I would like to ask you about another thing. I have an example of fake news from April this year. It was a viral tweet that Croatian members of parliament who support Putin were deprived of immunity and kicked out of the parliament. A question to you, Ivan. There was this news in April, and of course it's not true. This information proved to be fake news. So my question is whether in Croatia there is also this tendency for such a viral fake news that has a lifespan of maybe a few hours or a few days, but they become popular for a while.
No, this very one, I don't think it really caught on because it was improbable. Nobody really believed that. But there are many others. I think that the average half-life of the best hoaxes and fake news is longer than the radioactive polonium, no pun intended. So they last very long. I have already mentioned some of them, and maybe the most persistent and the dangerous one at the moment is that we are becoming targets only with helping Ukrainians sending weaponry to Ukraine and admitting Ukrainian soldiers to be trained on the Croatian soldiers, which is absurd. Some of the members of the parliament stand in front of the camera and without blinking say, why should we rush in the front lines and put ourselves...
The members of the parliament?
Yeah, and the president of the republic.
The president, you know.
And they say, why we should be the first one to do so? What are you talking about? The first one. The war is maybe it was supposed to last 3 days, but it lasts already 9 months, and there are many countries that sent more weapons and have much more and endangered themselves much more than Croatia. And we maybe should rush not to be the last one. Maybe there is no real danger to be the last one because there still exists Hungary, but maybe the last one before Hungary. So this is absurd. There is no real danger expressively for Croatia in doing so, among so many other NATO countries that did so much. And we must say that those countries here, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Romania did the most when we compare their GDP and the value of those of the weaponry they did send. They sent much more than France, Germany, and not United Kingdom, but Spain or Italy, which are maybe they send more when we talk about real money and absolute value, but regarding their real power, they sent much less. And of course, there is no real danger, but this kind of fake statement lives on, and it is hard. How many times should you debunk it? It lives on and continues to thrive. And not only it does have some kind of does not have some kind of half-life. It seems that when you cut one head, 2 more grows. So this kind of battle never stops until the end of the very story, until the end of the war in Ukraine, maybe.
Zbliżamy się powoli do końca. My jesteśmy dziennikarzami, ale polityka nie jest nam obca, o polityce.
Approaching the end of our panel, as journalists we write also about politics. So I have a question that relates to politics. So what is your opinion whether a potential change in power in Russia, a fall of Putin's regime? I personally am not very hopeful because in my opinion Putin would be replaced by another tyrant. But in your opinion, whether the fall of Putin's regime, Putin's administration could result in our fight against the troll farms would be easier. Maybe Russia will no longer spend so much on this misinformation army. What's your opinion? Well, unfortunately not. I'm afraid not. This does not depend on Putin being in power. This is a fake news that is spread in the West, that it's enough for us to be rid of Putin and everything will be all right, he will be replaced by a new Gorbachev, by Navalny, for example, who is a nationalist and a very extreme one, we have to remember that. So people seem to believe that there will be a new opening, business as usual, a reset of our relations, we will start to buy natural gas from them again, we will be asked to support Russia so that reforms of Navalny are possible. Well, I do not believe in this, and I also think that the risk is great because the West is naive when it comes to Russia, and we know that we cannot expect any good from Russia. Russia's only product is fake news, and even if Putin is no longer in power, even if he's a victim of a serial, suicide producer, if I may say so, I believe Russia is what Russia will always be, and if it is strong enough, we can expect a war in the future. This problem can be resolved only in a radical way. Russia cannot survive in its current shape and form if we are to put the end to this danger. So what's your opinion? Future of fake news?
Putin.
No one knows what or who comes after Putin. No one. Not politicians, not analysts. We are just praying for not the worst outcome. So that's one thing. Concerning fake news and disinformation, I don't know. What Russia's doing and what's really so effective is that they are just spreading all the possible news, possible scenarios. We saw it with MH17, that all plausible ways of what happened. Their point isn't to convince us that their theory is the one correct. Their point is to confuse the public with so many theories that no one really knows the truth. And in this kind of endeavor, they are just giving it the first impulse. There are a lot of local players in Czech Republic and other countries who are amplifying their message, and they are occupying the public space. So yeah, that's. As I said before, I'm cautiously optimistic because concerning the future of fake news, because I believe that we as a society, as media, NGOs, etc., we are employing the better and better mechanisms to combat fake news, and I believe that money and really stop the money flowing to those outlets and influencers is a huge part of the equation. But yeah. Cautiously optimistic.
Yeah, the optimist. Mr. Ivan?
The outcome. Look in the crystal ball. Of course, no one knows what happens after Putin, but what happens right now in Ukraine, these massive strikes on the infrastructure, I think he already knows that this doesn't change the resolve of Ukrainian people, and that this cannot change the natural flow of this war. And the natural flow is that he's losing. He's just buying time and doing what the hawks in Russia say that, and send messages to him he must do. He must not disappoint them at this point, so he does what they say, send Ukraine to the Stone Age, ruin the infrastructure, leave them nothing. He knows he's not going to achieve anything militarily in this manner because nobody ever did. What he wants now is to buy some time to force some kind of stalemate and negotiations. He put all his pocket gamble money on the outcome of the elections in United States. It did not go the way he wanted it, and he probably won't get what he wanted. It was a huge disappointment, not only to Donald Trump, but to Vladimir Vladimirovich also. He's not the worst one in Russia. There are many who are much worse than Putin, and this is one of the greatest fears among the strategists in the West. What is going to happen after Putin's removal or his natural death? Who is going to replace him? Maybe even worse. And what it could be the worst of all is the dissolution of the Russian Federation, because there are predators and vultures already cruising and searching for the best parts. Putin already played in the hands of China, and he's going to be dependent maybe not he himself, but Russia in the future, dependent on China. And in that process, many parts of Russia, many republics that do not have Russian majority, they're going to look for another way out. That is the natural. That is the way of the natural process.
But is the end of Putin means the end of fake news?
Of course not. He's not the major manufacturer of the fake news. As I said, the problem is not in Russia, here with us in Croatia. It's not in Serbia. The problem is among ourselves, because there are many people who enjoy fake news. Fake news is fun, and I must repeat what Mr. Rupel said in the first panel. This anecdote is very, it does have a very strong point. What do you prefer, Tudjman or Milosevic? He didn't want to say, but admits that at least that Milosevic is more fun. He is. And so is the nature of fake news. It is more fun. And people enjoy conspiracy theories. That is not going to change, because you cannot block the people's possibilities to create some kind of media outlets, to be journalists even by strong quotes, or to play being journalists. That's their prerogative. They have the right, they have the technology available, and curbing that technology could save the freedom of speech.
Drodzy Państwo, to kiedyś ktoś powiedział.
Ladies and gentlemen, someone once said and wrote that truth in journalism is like a revolving door in the saloon. Whichever side you kick it from, it will open. I disagree with that. Our role is to make sure that we write the truth and that we fight for the truth, that we defend the truth. And sometimes we fight against our own readers who make comments under our articles, and they say, oh no, we know better, we know more, and sometimes they are being victim to false propaganda. And sometimes we have to argue with our readers and convince them what is the truth, because the truth is the most important thing. So thank you very much. I would like to thank our excellent panelists.
Dziękuję serdecznie.
And you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, thank you. Wojciech Biedroń was the moderator of this panel. We shall now have a lunch break of about an hour, and let us start again at 3 o'clock. We will continue with the Forum of Journalists from Central and Eastern Europe, and its title, Central Europe, is it a terra incognita? We will have guests from Poland, Slovakia, Romania, moderated by Croatian journalist who works in Poland. This shall be a very interesting panel, so we shall see you at 3 o'clock, and make sure that you eat enough to keep you going until 6 o'clock in the evening.
The second part of the day-to-day, the first Congress, Freezes Initiative Grant Project, sponsored also by State of Poland, Regional Center of International Debate in Warsaw and Stock Exchange IPN, Strefia z Biznesu, Audytorium 17 and Trimarium Portal are our media partners. We cooperate with Polish-Hungarian Władysław Falczak Institute and the Association Freezes Initiative. We are now speaking about the Central Europe or Terra Incognita, supported by the Freedom Institute, moderated by Goran Andrijanic, a journalist with excellent command of Polish, writing and publishing in Polish. So let me hand it over to you. Well, thank you very much. Let's say that I'm a Croatian-Polish journalist, Croatian who lives and works in Poland, so Central Europe or Terra Incognita. And what we want to achieve in this panel is to ask a question: how come that we do not know much about each other in Central and Eastern Europe? Why don't we know our mutual national heroes, artists, political figures, politicians? Normal Horvat will know hardly anything about Józef Piłsudski, and the Pole will know little about Franz Tudjman that was mentioned today. And these were politicians who had great impact on the developments in their respective countries, historical personages. We know much more about Charles de Gaulle or George Washington. So nations of Central Europe, much as they have in common, and in terms of their cultural identity, in terms of their vicinity and neighborliness, this is a shocking finding that we know so little of one another. What to do, how to work together, how to change this perception. Is this like a mental barrier? Is it only because of a language barrier? How are we going to change this? And this is what we are going to discuss with Jaroslav Doniczka from Slovakia, from the Standard and to Cross program. Mr. Paweł Pietkun, Deputy Director of TVP World Poland, and Mr. Silviu Sergiu, journalist from Romania. Welcome. Gentlemen, I would like to start with some general reflection on this situation at hand to start with, because what I was describing to you is not something new. This is something that has been reflected on and considered in all our respective countries. So do you have any general reflection, Mr. Doniczka? Well, thank you very much. I should be talking to you in Polish, but the last time I've been here was before COVID and the gap was too long. I'm short of practice.
To your answer, if I should reply in very short, I would say ask the communists. Ask the communists how to cooperate, because, and I don't mean it as a joke, because before 1989, people knew more about each other in Eastern Europe than they do now. I spoke before this conference to Professor Valer Mikula. He is an anti-communist literary critic in Slovakia, professor at the University of Comenius in Bratislava. And he told me that before 1990, he knew quite well about Polish literature, Polish movies, Polish music, Polish culture. Now he knows nothing, nothing. So during the communism, it was possible that we knew more about each other. Now it is not. I am afraid that that we are trying to follow one mistake made by communists. Of course, that knowledge before 1990 was not absolute, because we didn't know about underground activities, forgotten or forbidden authors, writers. But thanks to underground church and dissidents, we knew at least something, or at least people who were interested knew at least something and were able to read these authors in samizdat. But still, communists, they did a mistake that it was all shaped by ideology. And we shouldn't do the same mistake now. What I mean, this idea came to my mind during previous panel that basically portrayed the 3C initiative as an anti-Russian project. All previous guests of discussion, all previous panelists were talking about hoaxes and fake news, and basically only of Russian origin. I of course know that this kind of troll farms and this kind of business exists. But if there would be a discussion after that panel, I would ask the chair of the panel, Mr. Biedroń, if he could say which fake news during last 20, 25, 30 years caused the highest number of innocent killed people. It would be fake news about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. This was the greatest failure, biggest hoax in the world, and it wasn't Russian-made. Why I'm saying this, we should remember this. Hoaxes and fake news are coming from all sides, not just from the East. When I started this, I said that we shouldn't make the same mistake with ideology. I'm afraid that if cooperation in Eastern Europe, either it's a Visegrad cooperation or it's something larger, like 3C's initiative, if we will give to this cooperation ideological motives, it won't prove successful. My example would be Viktor Orbán. Viktor Orbán was very often praised, and I was critical when I heard to my Polish friends in the past that they praised him too much. You know that we Slovaks, we have the neighbor and we remember something. But today it seems that Viktor Orbán is seen as a greater evil than he really is.
Now you are happy. Perception in Poland of Viktor.
Can I finish, please? Viktor Orbán is no Russian agent. His ideas about war in Ukraine are quite balanced. If you look at somebody other in the international scene who hold these views, you could name, for example, Pope Francis, who do everything possible to show sympathy and solidarity to Ukrainians. Hungary, similarly to Slovakia, is very open to every refugee, and we help refugees as much as we can. They live not only in the cities, but they live mainly in the villages, what help you to understand, and you know it in Poland. Orbán is doing this, but he does not fully support American solutions, American proposals, or sanction policy to Russia. He has some reasons for it, and I believe that if there is a room for cooperation from Poland to Hungary and to Black Sea countries, that we should at least discuss these issues. we should be open to discussion, not to organize discussions with one voice only, because it will reduce our impact. Previous panel followed one mistake that we could see after Brexit and Trump election. After Brexit and Trump election, liberal media were saying Russians did it, Russians decided it. If we will use this shortcut, false shortcut, that we will see Russians behind everything, I'm afraid it will not help. So, my proposal would be learn from the communists, but do not follow the same mistakes. Do not follow ideological mistakes. We should find the tools how we will be closer, how we will be able to read our writers, watch our movies, buy our wines or beers, how to meet each other. My proposal in Poland would be that one concrete practical proposal would be to play hockey, ice hockey. If you look at Northern America or post-Soviet countries, you can see how ice hockey can connect the nations. And it's working. And it's working also in a small scale. We in Slovakia had a hockey league with Hungary. Hungary is, of course, far worse than we are. But it's still, you know, if a small Slovak village, so to say, plays with Budapest, it's a bit funny, but it worked, and it was good for our mutual cooperation. Poland, unfortunately, is the only major country between Germany and Russia that does not play ice hockey. But maybe, you know, Americans also didn't play ice hockey, but they started to play, and they are now better than Canada, at least when it comes to city teams. So, to start with something concrete, something what is functioning by itself, and what is interesting for the mass population. Today, when Poland or Romania, that are movie makers par excellence, when they organize movie festivals, they organize small festivals in the capitals, and just very few people come to see their movies. It's very nice. I often go to such festivals. I like it. But if we want to shape the culture, the mass population, general population, these movies needs to be in public TVs. And it's not so difficult. It's not so difficult to create a tool where we can buy these movies. And it would be, I believe, it would be successful because, for example, I remember Polish movie Plac Zbawiciela that was about a family trying to buy its own flat, and it led to a tragedy. That this movie would be attractive for Slovak viewers because our people solve same problems as Polish peoples. We don't have such an American movie because they have different problems. Of course, they are attractive from a different point of view, and they are needed and they should be present as well. But we have somehow shared experience, and we just need to find the tools that help to get these products to the people. And the last point is alcohol. I'm always shocked when I see in Eastern European countries that it's much easier to buy wine from California or Chile or Argentina or Australia than wine from Croatia, Romania, Moldova.
You don't have wine from Croatia here now.
There are some red wines. I would prefer Montenegro red wines, but there are some also from Croatia.
They are also good.
But it would be, because wine from Montenegro or wine from Moravia or even from Slovakia are, I believe, at least competitive and sometimes better than those you buy from Australia or New Zealand. And when we sense so much the authenticity, closeness, where the wines are made, or other alcohol, we have brandies, we have liquors, we have beer. If we would be more open, it would work. Yesterday evening, I wanted to go to one pub here in Warsaw to have Pilsner Urquell. I'm afraid there are only two places where you can have a good Czech beer in Warsaw. and there was a queue before the pub. I had to wait in the freezing winter in the queue. I was shocked, but certainly people in Warsaw want more Czech beer. Give them a chance. Thank you.
No ale mogłeś spróbować polskie piwo w Warszawie.
You could buy a Polish beer, Polish brand in Warsaw, yeah? Anyhow, Jaroslav, thank you very much indeed. I will slightly, I think that you have slightly expanded our topic at hand, but no problem with that. I teraz, and now I will hand it over to Silviu Sergiu. I remember correctly that you work for Newsweek. I would like to listen to your general reflection about the topic at hand. Maybe you could respond to Mr. Danishka.
Everybody, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers inviting me in this important and interesting debate. I write down some thoughts that, with your permission, I will give them. It's okay? Yeah. So, as a journalist, with the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, we all understand how important it is to create a geopolitical and geostrategic barrier in the way of Moscow expansionist claims to strengthen the collaboration between our countries and to develop economically in order to be able to deal with this constant threat. So that's why the Three Seas initiative is, from my point of view, one of the most important geopolitical and geostrategic projects. Why we do so little about each other, why we don't know our national heroes, our composers, our painters. So, to proceed like my friend before me, I would say, ask the Russians. And I will propose you a historical approach. The main cause of indifference and, in some cases, hostility between us is communism. And our countries were separated from the free and democratic West by the Iron Curtain, and this infamous historical reality has a significant impact on how we related to each other. This is a historical truth. The education we received under the communist regime, at least in Romania, had an essential role in inoculating a sense of fear and hostility in the collective psyche of our people. Let me contextualize. After 1968, with the invasion of Czechoslovakia by countries of Warsaw Pact, in Romania, which did not take part of the invasion, the paranoia of the Ceausescu regime grew exponentially. So the Romanian dictator used the invasion to distance himself from Moscow, and he renounced internationalist communism and approached the national communism one. One of the favorite tools through which propaganda fueled nationalism between Romanians was the demonization of neighbors. And Ceausescu was convinced that he would be punished by Moscow, by USSR, for his dissent, and he decided to prepare the Romanians to always face an invasion similar to the one in Czechoslovakia. For this reason, propaganda has inoculated into the deepest layers of our collective consciousness the fear of neighbors and the idea that danger is always lurking nearby. The younger generations were the most exposed to this phenomenon. They are the generation that after the fall of communism ensured the transition to democratic societies. I was in primary school, to tell you a little experience from my life. When I first came into contact with Polish history, a history that was presented to me in a totally distorted and manipulative way. One of the lessons my teacher taught us was entitled Sobieski and the Romanians. It was a novel by Costache Negruții, who is an important Romanian writer. And the novel was, of course, about John III Sobieski, former king of Poland and the great Duke of Lithuania from 1674 and 1696. The episode related by Negruții was Sobieski's attempt to conquer Neamțu citadel in Moldova. The fortress was defended by a group of soldiers, Moldavian ones, who resisted heroically on the walls, despite the fact that the balance of forces was unfavorable to them. Propaganda, communist propaganda, turned his secondary episode of Romanian history into a veritable thermopyle of our history, a deliberate exaggerations intended to emphasize the courage and heroism of Romanian people. In contrast to the Romanians, Sobieski was demonized as an aggressor, a hostile neighbor, an omnipresent danger. Propaganda created cultural stereotypes through such untruthful stories which deepened the fault between our people. Why we know more about the history of England, French, and the United States? Because after the fall of the communism, each of the countries that freed themselves from under the Iron Curtain took the countries from Western Europe as their benchmark for development and modernization, and the new generations were more interested in taking their cues from Western models, understand the society they dreamed of under communism, and interest grew all the more as Eastern Europeans become to move freely in Eastern Europe or to work in this country. We, the Eastern Europeans, unfortunately, I would say, started from the wrong premise that we have nothing to learn from our neighbors with the same historical destiny, that we cannot be inspired by realities we already knew. Of course, the competition between our countries also appeared on the way of NATO and EU, which did not facilitate collaboration or mutual knowledge from some point of view. How we can change this situation? I think emerging from under the mirage of the West, because this phenomenon was too part, we entered the stage where mutual knowledge was favored. We shared our experience joining NATO and EU. We were inspired by each other in the process of modernizing our countries, aligning them with Western standards. I think the war in Ukraine was shown us how important it is to ties between our country to be strong, and we think we have to understand that we can keep up with the more developed country only by collaborating, only by representing our interests united.
Dobrze, bardzo dziękuję. No już mamy
Well, thank you very much.
dość opreczne teorie. Z jednej strony
So on one hand, it seems that communists were conducive to cooperation and knowing one another. That's what one of our panelists said, but you said something quite the opposite. What do you think, Paweł? There is a number of quite interesting aspects that we have touched upon. Would you like to reply to this? Well, thank you very much for the invitation. The director of our program was supposed to be here. I am replacing him, and I would like to disagree with some of the panelists. Should I speak Polish or English? Is Polish okay? Right, I will refer to the language issue. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we should go back in time to the turn of the 20th century. If we look at the map of the world at that time, we will see major empires which were boiling with attempts to regain independence by those countries that are now making up the Three Seas Initiative. So, on one hand, they were very unhappy with the state of affairs as it was then. On the other hand, they wanted to change. And we have so many common heroes within the Three Seas Initiative, and the cultural exchange was very strong at the time. The exchange of ideas was very strong. And until the end of the Second World War, when Stalin came and took control of our region, however, the political oppositions in Romania, Hungary, Czechoslovakia and Poland. In Poland, we all know who Václav Havel was, and I believe in all other countries of the Three Seas Initiative, people know who Lech Wałęsa is. He remains a symbol, regardless of how we assess him and his role right now. At the time, he was a symbol, so we knew who were the heroes of our opposition movements. The same pertained to our heroes post-1918. My children are learning about Sándor Petőfi at school. He was a Hungarian poet, and I do apologize for my voice. I am suffering from a cold. So when I look at the map of the Three Seas Initiative, we are spread across so many climatic zones that we could take advantage of that economically. But that's a side remark. We are at the stock exchange, and maybe we should look at our region the way investors would. Investors invest in a region, not in a country. They are more interested in a region, and our region is very attractive to investors. And what we're talking about today, the Three Seas Initiative, well, it came into being when the old world was falling apart. And when we look at the countries that compose the Three Seas Initiative, what brings us together is that there is no hostility towards our countries in Africa or in Southeast Asia, because we were never the colonizers, we were never colonial powers, we were fighting for freedom, and we were those freedom-loving countries. And we should try to exploit this as well. And when we are perceived by business, by major companies as one region, as one entity, maybe we should also take advantage of that, because there is a lot that keeps us together. Poland connects the Baltic states with the Balkans, with Romania and Bulgaria as well. So for many years, Polish people would only be able to spend their holidays in the countries of the Eastern Bloc. So they would go to the south, and that would be Romania, Bulgaria, the former Yugoslavia. So we have the knowledge of one another. So I do apologize for my cold. I would like to conclude by saying this.
Ja przepraszam Państwu, że
I do apologize. We are old friends with Mirosław. We work together on project connected to Stepan Pokolevny.
Bardzo ciekawa i bardzo ważna przede wszystkim dla Słowaków, a i dla Chorwatów.
This is a person who was very important for Slovakia and for Croatia. He was a Slovak Jesuit who escaped Zagreb during the Second World War. He went to Slovakia and he started his work, and he was one of the people who influenced our underground movement very strongly. He had a lot of influence on the further development of Christianity in Slovakia. He was a fascinating personality. Mr. Rodrer is here, and I dedicated his book to him. And then when we speak about communism, the first time I heard about him was 10-15 years ago. He was not known in Slovakia. So there are persons who are a source of inspiration for people in the West, and we tend to ignore them or not know enough about them. And these are persons, heroes, and events in our history that bring us together. So what we can do to change this?
And I want to thank Rod Dreher, who is here, that he made Professor Kolakovic, as he is known in Slovakia, or Professor Poglajen in Croatia, he made him world-known, or at least in America, well-known person. So thank you, Rod. You did a great job. I don't think we ignore them. Rod is one example, and his book, success of his book is one example. Another example is that just a few days ago there was a premiere of the movie about Poglajen or Kolakovic and underground church in Slovakia. That movie is now ready to be shared in Eastern Europe. So if anyone would be interested to contact the director, who is a friend of mine, he would be happy to offer. It's already prepared with Polish, English, German, and Italian subtitles. I have to tell him that Croatian subtitles are missing.
Big mistake.
It's a mistake. It's a mistake. But it's a chance. Movie is made. Everyone who would be interested to know more about origins of underground church in Slovakia can watch the movie, and if there is Polish TV or any other national TV that would be interested, I believe that director will be very open to share the movie with foreign viewers. We need infrastructure. We don't need examples, heroes, we have them. We need infrastructure that should be built by our generation. Work of Karol Wojtyla and his ability to influence Slovak dissidents and Slovak underground church is well known. Also, Cardinal Tishinčileči is well known in Slovakia. There are books published, movies made, so we don't ignore these examples. What we need is that our big media will be interested in this. If something appears in Poland, Croatia, or Slovakia, or Romania, we will buy it and share it and sell it to our viewers. Of course, it should not take place on individual basis on friends who know each other. It can be just the beginning, but it should have a state-funded support. That's the way forward, I believe.
Jeśli mogę jeszcze jedno pytanie, bo powiedziałeś wcześniej bardzo ciekawą rzecz. Mówiłeś o tym, że jeśli chodzi o Trójmorze.
You said something that was very interesting. You said that when we speak about 3 Seas initiatives, we should avoid ideology in building this community, this commonwealth. What did you mean when you said ideology?
Anti-Russianism. Russia, of course, started this war. Russia is the aggressor in Ukraine. But there is a bigger context of this war. Viktor Orban does not even talk about it. He's much more softened on this, but there are others who do it, especially in the United States, but also in Germany, in Slovakia and elsewhere. Enlargement of NATO was, from certain limit, was a mistake that led to a war in Georgia and in Ukraine. Angela Merkel said this to 2 US presidents. Former US ambassador to Moscow, William Burns, wrote a memo to his presidents, to White House in Washington, that if he speaks with any Russian when it comes to issue of membership of Ukraine in NATO, it's the brightest of all red lines. No Russian, either liberal or Kremlin one or the more nationalist one, would accept it. Now, all the good options are lost. The war has started. It will end, as every war, it has to end sometimes. And Russia and Ukraine will be here after as well. Russian politics will be here. We will need to somehow cooperate together. Russian culture will be here, and Russian culture has been and will be appealing and interesting for many people in the world. And we should not construct institutions or cooperations or even writing in our media, our articles we should not produce new propaganda, if I may say. The biggest mistakes of the West of last 2 decades are that we were creating our own propaganda that caused many problems we need to solve now. Propaganda of unending enlargement of NATO that will not cause any problems. Propaganda of exporting democracy, and many others. Now, one of the certain consequences of this war will be, I think, that American hegemony will be weakened in the world. Globalized world will be divided, it will not exist any longer. But American hegemony will be strengthened in Eastern Europe. And it will cause new problems. It will cause new divisions in Eastern Europe. We have our memories and our experiences from Nazi Empire, from Soviet Empire, from Ottoman Empire, from Habsburg Empire. And we know that every time the empire strengthens too much, that it will create rebellion or dissatisfaction in our societies. So I believe that this experience should shape our cooperation in Eastern Europe. If Americans will want to strengthen and follow their interests more than it's needed, more than it's in our own interest, we should, in a friendly manner, in a good, friendly relationship, we should tell them this is not the good way. We are happy that we are living in the free world. We are happy to America for the fall of communism. America did a great job there. And American presidents were a long time our own presidents. They were saying what we wanted to hear from our presidents. But every superpower needs to manage its position as a superpower, its empire mentality. And I'm afraid that we are very close to a situation where this effort of the United States will cause similar problems as it caused in Middle East. because it's also not. We know from an American history. We know how they behave. We know why they do it, but now it's much closer to us than it was in the Middle East. And we probably can expect that America will not be in a long term interested to stay in Ukraine. If it happens, Ukraine will be a very damaged, tragic country with so many lost innocent lives, with society collapsing. But this country will be burden for Europe to help and solve it.
Yes.
And we should say our word that something should not happen as they are happening now.
Yes, widzę, że już pan Paweł chce zareagować.
I can see that Paweł wants to react. You went in this direction. Yes, I want to respond. I do not agree with you entirely. Russia attacked Ukraine. NATO expansion is just a pretext for Russian authorities. NATO expansion in no region of the world whatsoever, no country should be limited by vested interests of a bigger neighboring countries. Whoever wants to enter NATO should have the opportunity to do so if their societies are in favor, not looking through the shoulder at the reaction of Russia. Mind you, how our way to independence was proceeding, how Russia is meddling in our own democracies. We cannot justify Russia. Russia is the evil empire. This is not just about what they do now in Ukraine, but also how they treat their people. I frequently visited Russia as a journalist. Even 20 years ago, I've been to Kaliningrad, to Petersburg, to the Urals, and people said that this is the evil empire, that they do not like their country, that of course they are fascinated with the empire. Some of them are like have a slaves mentality. They love the imperial status of Russia, but they do not like their own country. And the Americans, in pursuing their own interests, very much like we, or the Poles, or the Czechs, or the Slovaks, look for the gaps where they can articulate their interests. But we cannot agree. We cannot agree for any alien country to say what we are allowed to do and what we are not allowed to do, because this will bring to the end our civilization based on democracy, born out of a culture of the Mediterranean Sea. So thank you very much. I would like to ask Sergio. I see that there is now willingness to engage to debate. I see that there are other positions to be articulated, so we will have a debate in a moment, but now I want to ask Mr. Sergio, on what foundations should we build these new identities? We cannot really rely on the ruins of the communism, and now, in some respect, Russia's aggression on Ukraine made Free Seas initiative stronger. We suddenly realized that this is not just a cultural or infrastructural project, but this is also cooperation in the area of security. And what is your perspective in Romania about potential security cooperation?
Yes. From a cynical point of view, the war demonstrates us how much we need each other, how much we have to strengthen the collaboration between our country, and how less we know each other history and culture. So I like to say that Trójmorze initiative is like a sanitary barrier against Russia. And we have to understand that we need to build and strengthen that barrier. That's why in the hypothesis that Americans leave Europe, which I don't believe it, Ukraine, I don't believe it, because from a geopolitical point of view, America has the main interest to separate the Russians from the Germans and to be very influential in the Eastern Europe, also in Ukraine. So if American will leave Ukraine, we will have the proper construction to be resilient against Russia, to resist of what history might give us in the future. So from the point of consciousness and from the point of, I don't know, neighborness, sorry, we understand that we've been mistaken when not giving our interest to our neighbors. When I said that we live from the hypothesis that we don't have what to learn from each other because we've had similar historical destiny and the realities were the same. But it is not true. We can use our particular experience in influencing each other or maybe learn from our mistakes. So we can build on history because communist history was against us. The trade of information and culture was, I don't know, maybe a fake news because propaganda was very preoccupied to give us his version of history. We knew some films or maybe some cultural personalities, but we didn't knew the very truth of them. So we can build on why not the belief that only together, only cooperating on the eastern flank of NATO, we can have a chance against Russia.
Dobrze. Jeszcze jedno.
Very well. One more question to Jaroslav. I would like to come back to culture, if you don't mind. If it is true, as many philosophers of politics say that culture precedes politics, if we speak about culture, it could be a very good prelude and introduction to the clearer development of our identities. Let me come back to Kolakowicz and others. The ethics based on Christian attitude, the awareness of the evil of a communism. And here we see the evils of communism and the Nazism as well. And if we have like a cultural identity developed that will be able to fend off both totalitarianisms from the East and from the West, would this be a foundation on which we could build, on which we could develop, and then it could translate into some political being.
Were movies about World War II in 1978 interesting for people in former communist countries? You know, it's 33 years after the fall of communism. 33. Of course, this legacy is important. It's crucially important. It's crucially important. But we cannot live from the past. It's not enough. When you speak about end of communism now, it's the same situation what communists did in late 70s when they spoke again and again about end of World War II. It's not enough. It's becoming more and more mythology. And we need life culture, new culture. So live just from the past is not enough.
Przepraszam, że ci przerywam, ale chcę jeszcze jedno pytanie. Tylko jest kwestia, czy my zawodiliśmy ten komunizm tej części.
But the question is whether the post-communist structures that really exist in this part of Europe, and you may have influence in Slovakia, perhaps there is post-communism in our respective countries.
If we want to have a cultural relationships, cultural exchange, we need to do it with a new culture that is attractive. Of course, the canon should be, praised and valued and so on. But the statues should be in our streets, in our squares of old heroes. It's needed. But we need new culture, new movies, new musics, and I would say new tools of cooperation. And it's unfortunately it's not a culture in this age, in our time. It's more sport. It's sport that shapes the culture than culture shapes the society. So if we really want to be closer, we need to find tools in sport and in those things that people, hundreds and thousands of people follow and they are interested in. It shouldn't be the elite project. Otherwise, it's risky. It will be interesting only for elites or cliques that are just currently in the government. But there is one more thing, and I promise it's the last time I touch the issue of anti-Russianism. The problem is that I belong to a circle of people in Slovakia who always raised a hand and wrote a protest or open letter when Poland was attacked by European Parliament or EU as such.
And you were inspiration for me to do the same thing in Croatia, so I think.
There are many people like that in Slovakia. We did it every time we felt it's necessary and it's needed. Nowadays, it happens to be that most of these people does not really think the same about situation in Ukraine, does not have the same views as Polish government has. Even though we always raise the hand in defense of Polish government, Law and Justice Party especially. And suddenly we are viewed as not such a good friends sometimes, and it's not good. Poland is now very much praised in Slovakia by liberals who fear Russia and who are so strongly anti-Russian that Poland is becoming an example how we should do it. This doesn't have a public support in Slovakia. We have a government that is having this policy, but this government has very low popularity. Both parties, it's a minority government now, and both parties have together they have a support about 12 to 15% in public polls. So they will certainly lose next elections. Majority of the societies in Slovakia, maybe somebody would try to ridicule it. It's pro-Russian, but it is not pro-Russian. It's a Pope Francis view. It's a view that we should do as much help as we can with Ukrainians. But if we want to solve the problem, we should look at problems on both sides, because there are problems on both sides that led to a war. And if such a government will come to a power after the elections, I believe that it should be respected as a friendly, even though we would disagree on some issues. It's the same view, it's the same situation what Hungary deserves. Their views, they should be heard, at least what they say. They should not be ridiculed before you listen what they say, why they do it. And they should be heard and possibly respected. Even if you disagree with something, but if we want to be friends, we need to understand each other, not to copy the, I would say, liberal progressive disease that we try to solve other domestic problems by our own ideology, that we see to their kitchen and we want to solve the things. No, this will not lead to friendship.
Ja ci powiem tak, ja napisałem.
I will tell you so. I wrote a number of texts about the rhetoric of Pope Francis on the war in Ukraine, and I think that if Pope Francis was in Vatican when Croatia was fighting for her independence, it would be bad. I know that the Pope's intention is to make peace, but how a Greek Catholic Ukrainian feels about His Holiness, where he is shelled by Russian grenades and missiles, and the Pope speaks in such a language which does not express empathy. I remember John Paul II during the war in Croatia. Well, he was very straightforward. We could feel his backup and his support as we Croatians. And my question is, the role of religion in our identity. I hope that we won't look like Putin, who apparently stands for conservative values.
If he would be in Vatican during the war in Balkans.
It's the same situation.
I wouldn't speculate on that. Role of religion is weak. Role of religion is weak. There are just a few societies where the religion is stronger. Poland is a great exception in all Europe, in all Western world. Church in Slovakia is stronger than it is in Hungary or Czech Republic, but it's certainly weaker than it is in Poland. Unfortunately, I wouldn't expect much from religion. I don't look. It's part of the debate about crisis of liberalism. Why the liberalism is in crisis? The crisis is caused by the change, heterogeneity of our societies. It's no longer shaped by religion affections, by religion beliefs. Religious people consist only of minority of the societies. Therefore, the opinions on fundamental issues are so different and not homogeneous enough, and therefore liberalism become more and more in crisis and more hostile and divisive and so on. So our situation is now in a crisis. I wouldn't expect from religion to play the role it could play in 19th century or even in 20th century during the communism, where it was the power of unification of societies. Maybe the situation will change. I would hope so. I would be thankful to God if it would change. But first, it needs change its status in societies and its influence on younger generation.
Proszę, panie Pawle.
Jeśli można, bo tak, siadło 4 starszych panów i mówi o tym, co się dzieje w kulturze.
Well, you know, we're not so young, all of us, so it's very difficult for us to speak about the young generation and their opinions. And Political scientists were often wrong when they were trying to forecast the first 3 decades of the 21st century. So if we think about something that would bond us together, we should look at younger generations, not at ourselves, because it is not our role anymore. We won't have the decisive role. So as a director TVP World and as an employee of public television, I can see that young generation is interested in cooperating within our region. They are, of course, rebellious, as every young generation, and they like to call things by their name. They want to call murder a murder, war a war. So there is no replacement. And when they say democracy, they mean democracy. So after speaking to young people quite a lot, and I employ a lot of young reporters at my TV station, they say that family as the basic cell of a society was losing respect, was also losing its place in a public discourse, but it's regaining position. So the young generation is looking at family as something very important. So hopefully they will come after us and they will not be the last generation. You speak about Polish public television. We speak about a project which in its foundation has an objective of presenting Poland, but also Central Europe, reporting on political events, not only in our region, but also around the world. So what's your experience? Is TVP World a success story or not? Well, it is a success that we can actually measure because we look at the viewership, we look at contact, and we look at quotes. For example, in the Far East, in Southeast Asia, and in Africa, we can see quotes and reference to our broadcast at TVP World. Our objective was to present the world. We did not want to provide so much commentary, we just wanted to show the perspective of our region. Why is this important? During our panel, we are speaking Polish because we are in Poland, and in English because everybody speaks English. Because over the last 150 worlds, 2 countries were the most influential when it comes to the narrative, and those were both Anglo-Saxon countries. This is why everybody had to learn English. France lost its role and its influence. We have a great potential, and because of this potential you can see how many Nobel Prize winners originate from countries of our region. So we have a great potential in the world of academia, culture. We have young people who are very open. They want to go out into the world presenting our values, so that's very important from the point of view of our region. So showing the news from the different perspective, this is still news, but we are presenting it from the point of view of Central and Eastern Europe, not from the point of view of Washington, Brussels, Berlin or Beijing. We are presenting our perspective, our point of view, because for us other things may be important than what Americans consider important, because they have their own agenda, their own interests, and we show that we could tell our story truthfully, and it can only be told by people who live here. What you said is very interesting, because it's normal for a Polish or Croatian journalist to show their own perspective. So the question to Mr. Sergiu, we seem to have a problem with a capital with the capital or equity structure when it comes to media, whether this is our national capital or international capital. There is a certain disproportion between the media policy, media strategy, and the politics in each country. So there is a difference in Poland and there is a difference in Croatia between the agenda of the media that are owned by foreign capital and our authorities. So each of our countries should own its media. Is this important? Should this be public media, but maybe also private media that would have understanding for national interests and try to support it? What is your opinion about it? Because I think it's very important. If we want to do something,
I would like to give you a Romanian example. Because unfortunately in my country the public media lost the war, the media war with the commercial outlets. The ratings of our public television, for example, are very low, and the power of penetrate the public is very, very small. So we can rely in the future on the help with of public television, maybe public radio. Also, radio is is in a better situation than television. Due to infrastructure, due to the fact that it covers a great part of Romania. So I think, and that was a point that I forgot to mention in my general approach of the conference. I think that Trójmorze project have to have a media dimension, maybe a private media outlet, and I will give you an example for the Balkan Insight, you know, the media outlet who is focused on what happens in Western Balkans and the region. So we can have this platform, and we can assure that our messages, our topics on the agenda of our countries is not presented, intermediate by Western media trusts and outlets. Because we had the same problem in Romania like in Poland, for sure. In Romania, after the revolution in '89, some Western countries created very strong media trusts, and the messages were presented, intermediated by these organizations. So if we had some online platforms on which every Croatian, Slovakian, Polish journalist could transmit, give the news for the interested public, I think it would be a very important success of this project. The media capital is a problem for sure to respond of your question. So we have to be more I don't know, not to be some atomized news outlets, because now we have a lot of internet sites specialized on regional information in every country, but these sites are not communicating between them, and this is a big problem.
Panie Jarosławie, co pan na to? Jak jest w Słowacji?
Jaroslav, what could you say to that? What's the situation like in Slovakia?
All major media are basically owned by Slovak oligarchy. With one and a half exception, it's a Czech oligarch. But it's the same, yes. The result is the same. But I would say it's a Western solution. You can see this in the Western countries as well. And it's not causing bigger problems. The bigger problem is change of the mood in media in a different way. And it's not a Slovak problem or Czech problem, it's a universal Western problem. We almost don't have discussions any longer. We've seen it long time in the United States that when, for example, I watch every Sunday Farid Zakaria GPS, and for many years there is just one voice only. Very shortly after election of Donald Trump, there were some exceptions. Somebody came who had a different view, but generally for years there is just one voice on everything, and various people discuss and they add something from their angle, but it's one voice only. And we see it everywhere, with maybe some exception with the political debates on Sundays where you have to invite opposition and coalition, but even in many countries, even this does not exist. But in generally, we have a problem to discuss with different people. I have in Slovak public TV my own program. It's called Do Kríža.
Do Krzyża.
Do Kríža. It's the cross. It's all, of course, because I'm conservative. It somehow should send a signal to viewers that it will be a program moderated by conservative journalists, but main meaning of the symbol is discussion, that I invite various people who argue with different views. And unfortunately, we are probably the last such a program in Slovak TV. And I see growing hostility of journalists that they don't like if you organize such a program. It's very popular in the public. We have much higher numbers than anyone else, but journalists from various TVs, from various medias are critical of it. They don't do it. They live in their bubbles. They organize discussions only with people who have the same views as they do. And it's becoming more and more neglected, not tolerated by younger liberal progressive generation who does not want to take place in such a discussion because different opinion is a threat for them.
Jak Państwo wiecie, tutaj nie jest jak na CNN, mamy tutaj dyskusję.
Well, as you can see, we are not CNN, and we can argue, we can disagree. Yes, when we speak about debate and disagreement, so the issues we're discussing today are taking place in professional magazines. When we speak about politics on the world view, well, they also take place, but indeed they are conducted on the street. We have rallies and protesters who protest against the prohibition of abortion. On the other hand, we have the pro-life demonstration. Well, unfortunately, this does not happen anymore in the media. In the media, this is not debated anymore. And what we have is a sort of proxy debate, a debate on whether we should get vaccinated against the COVID-19 or whether we should implement 5G technologies. And the true value debate is taking place in professional magazines.
Czy można to zmienić?
Can this be changed?
Myślę, że można, jeżeli
I think so,
ludzie mediów zadbamy o to, żeby te
provided that it is the media that try to take up the topics that are the most important topic for the social media, for example, and try to discuss this matter in the television, because in the social media there is debate on the vaccination, for example, and people call themselves idiots, for example, and this is one of the calmer responses. I believe that we should conclude our debate very soon. However, before we end, maybe there are questions from the room to our panelists. And let me hand the microphone over to our participants.
Dzień dobry, Michał Drozdek. Nie wiem, czy to będzie
My name is Michał Drozdek. I'm not sure whether this is a question. I wanted to thank our colleague from Slovakia for presenting an alternative perspective, a different point of view. He drew our attention to one very important matter. I tried to make notes in the first half as to how to talk about our conference, and at the end I wrote Russia hyphen and something Adolf Hitler has said once. A general took part in a conference with Hitler, and people were trying to convince one another how terrible the Jews are and how they should be fought and how we should introduce order. And this general wrote in his diary that Hitler got very upset, and he said, "Okay, we know, but what should we do with them? We cannot kill them. Can we?" So that's a question we should ask ourselves. The three C's, the West, everyone should ask ourselves, what can we do with Russia? We cannot kill them all. On one hand, we cannot say that NATO can never expand, and they should be very tactful and delicate and be very careful with Russia, because this does not lead anything. If we read Richard Pipes, we can see that the Russian social tissue, culture has been destroyed, deteriorated. They were governed by the old. In the past, Russians were not developed, they were not educated, they were terrorized. And this resulted in the society being what it was, and their culture is founded on hate, exploitation. This was something that was introduced by the rule of the Tatar Order. So we look at Russians right now as the pure evil that we have to surround by a fence, separating them from civilization so they cannot terrorize the world anymore. But how can we deal with them? We will not kill them. We do not want them to starve. So we have to ask ourselves this question. And if I may, I will respond to this. If we look at the history of the world of the 20th century, the South Africa post-apartheid was in a similar situation. We had a reverse racism at the time. The black population was trying to settle scores with the white minority, and then a committee was established, the Truth and Reconciliation Committee. Desmond Tutu was one of the founding members, and he was awarded a Peace Nobel Prize for establishing this Peace and Reconciliation Committee. Another example would be the withdrawal of the British Empire from India, and this is why India looks as it does right now. So the role of the Three Seas initiative is to promote education in Russia for the future generations. The current generations may be lost to some extent, but we have to show them what mature democracy is, and there is money for that in the West, so it is in the interest of countries of the Three Seas initiative to also try to find money to educate Russia. We should not kill them, of course, but we should not allow Russia to remain as it is. If we were to support the nations that are part of this big organism, maybe if they wanted to govern themselves, our job would be easier and success would be more likely. There is something you wanted to add?
To add, I would like to congratulate for the question. It's a very good question because I must confess is one of my preoccupation. What will we do with Russia after the war? With the help of God, Russia will lose the war, and maybe fortunately, will be weakened Russia. But there is a danger in this weakness of Russia, and the danger is to Russia to become a sure victim of China. And I invite you all in the end of our debate to think about it. There is a danger to Russia transforming in a proxy regional power of China. China is very keen to obtain all the metals, minerals, and other wealth of Russia, and if Russia become motor of China's development, it will be a very big problem for Europe. I think we need a Marshall Plan for Russia. Western civilization have to think about how can prevent to this reality become a reality. China is one of the main, one of the it's the future danger for us, and we should care very much how to deal with China.
Quite a few times we mentioned today that famous Croat, Professor Poglajen or Kolakovic, he is known in Slovakia. I would like to mention him last time in this debate. Kolakovic was strong, devout anti-communist, but he loved Russian culture. He learned Russian and influenced the generation of Slovak dissidents to love Russian culture. They all learn Russian, they learn gospels in Russian and so on. They were preparing themselves for mission in Russia. Some of their students went there later. I believe this should be the attitude, not to make walls, not to divide, but to learn culture and love each other's culture.
Pan się ogłosił, ale niestety nie mamy już czasu. Ja myślę, że z tym wątkiem takim bardzo pozytywnym możemy skończyć tę dyskusję. Bardzo dziękuję naszym gościom. Ja myślę, że było ciekawe. Mam nadzieję, że Państwo się zgadza. Dziękuję i zostańcie z nami.
I hope that this panel has been interesting, and I hope you will remain with us until the end of this day.
Również dziękuję panom, dziękuję.
I also thank you, gentlemen. I thank our moderator. You were somehow complaining that something should be done about the knowledge, also about the Free Seas initiative. Well, in the backdoor room, there are young people who started such a board game. And through this simple instrument, you can educate, and perhaps this is a way to go about. This is also a way to proceed, not only through political measures, but also from the grassroots level to be effective. And we are now heading for the last panel, doomed to be second best. The academia in Central Europe, scientific discussion, moderated by the Professor Alojzy Nowak of the University of Warsaw. A round of applause. Professor, would you please join me at the rostrum?
Bo chciałbym, żeby pan profesor przywitał wszystkich gości. Będą wśród nich paneliści z Ukrainy.
And we will have panelists from Ukraine, the United States, Lithuania and Poland.
Aha, dobrze. To jeszcze poczekamy? Można. Zapraszam serdecznie.
Gentlemen, I hand it over to you. Professor Alojzy Nowak will moderate this session.
Ja na razie mogę powiedzieć.
I can only say good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy that there are people who are interested in science and in the world of academia and the level of development in the Free Seas initiative and potential growth to outperform even the more developed countries in terms of the development of learning and academia. So could I have please all the panelists to join me at the presidium table, and then we will embark on the last session. So may I invite Professor John Mitzgill from the University of Warsaw and previously Columbia, and Professor Hubert Łaszkiewicz, as well as Professor Bohdan Hud from the University of Lviv and visiting professor and visiting professor of the University of Warsaw. And we'll have also Andrzej Puczto joining us online from the University of Kaunas, and another professor. A very warm welcome to all of you, and I'm very happy to have you here. And we will speak about three basic questions. The first one is, in your view, what is the condition of the higher learning and of the countries and universities that you respectively represent? In your countries, just to take stock of the condition of education and the level of R&D. And the follow-up question, based on the experience gathered from the first round of answers, the second question will be, are we really second best in comparison to the countries of the European Union, Poland and Lithuania, they are members of the European Union, but we may be lagging behind the old EU member states and behind the United States. So I give you a full freedom of articulating your opinions. And the third question, what conditions should be satisfied to make sure that if we are pariah in any of the categories that I mentioned, what should be done to catch up? If higher learning, if the level of education, if level of research and development really matters for economic growth, political growth, and any other growth, any potential growth. I think that as to the third question, there is no doubt, but there may be some different approaches, and you may kindly say whether one should be original or should one simply follow in the footsteps of the best, and these are the topics we will try to visit. I don't know what is the convention. Will there be some time for Q&A? But now at the outset, I would like to thank my distinguished, eminent colleagues, panelists. We also meant to have a female colleague from the Czech Republic, but due to some misfortunes, she was not able to join. But I thank all the present ones and the ones who follow us online. So I would like to start, and should we be seated? Yes, seated. So we shall be seated, and I hand over to the first speaker. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
English because I wrote my notes in English, and I was advised that there would be translation services, so we'll let the translators do their best to polish my English into polished Polish. Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I see friendly faces in the audience. Some of you may know me. For many years, I taught and administered several regional institutes at Columbia University, as well as being connected with the East European Studies Center at Warsaw University. And part of my job included raising money from cheap ethnic communities that didn't want to give that money for projects that concerned their national interest, including Polish Americans. And I must tell you, it was tough going. It's tough going here as well, I'm sure. The difference is that today, money is no object in today's Poland. So there's money to be had. It's a question of going after it. When I was asked to speak here, I thought to myself, what is a good measure of progress for regional institutions in this part of the world vis-a-vis their colleagues, if you will, in Western Europe, in the UK, in the United States? And I just happened to be paging through some information on Columbia, and I found out that 119 Nobel Prize winners were either educated or taught at Columbia. And today, 7 of them are still teaching at Columbia. And I thought about it for a moment, and I said, you know what, this is not the question I should be asking or answering. The question I should be giving myself is, how do you move forward? How do you progress? How do you modernize an institution and connect it with like-minded universities, wherever they may be? Could be in Australia, for example. It might be in Africa or the Middle East. And the answer I came up with are basically 3 items. One is inclusivity. The second one is access to databases and information on colleagues who are either cooperating with one of the departments on campus or may have been a former student, a graduate student from your institution. And the third thing I thought about was networking. And when you put these three things together, you may come up with a situation where various opportunities begin to present themselves. And I'll give you a concrete example. In my own case, I worked on a series of projects that had to do with the Polish economy in the early to late 1990s. My senior colleague and friend, Professor Stanisław Welisz from the economics department at Columbia, had a lot of friends in Poland, and he was really eager to do something for Poland. And the question was, where to go? What kind of projects do you come up with? Well, he consulted with another senior person whom I'm sure Rector Nowak remembers, and that is Professor Wojciech Maciejewski from the dean at one point of the economics department at Warsaw University. And those two gentlemen and their colleagues here in Poland began to come up with ideas that on our side of the Atlantic we started to raise money for. And so we went to the Soros Foundation. We went to the Mellon Foundation, to the Pew Charitable Trusts, to the Ford Foundation. And we wound up funding 4 projects which did a bunch of different things. The one that interests us here, I think, more than anything is twinning the department at Columbia with the economics department at Warsaw University. What does that mean, twinning? That means essentially to work on reforming and modifying the curriculum at Warsaw University to more closely approximate what was being done and is being done not only at Columbia, but at other Ivy League institutions and other institutions that actually mean something in US academia. The result of that over time was the modernization, if you will, of the curriculum. It meant the establishment of a cátedra, a chair in microeconomics at Warsaw, which for reasons that are probably clear to the economists here, had never really been an emphasis in the old PRL, the old People's Poland. And so slowly but surely, more ideas came to the fore. One of them, which must have been really difficult administratively to enact, was to start an MA program for Polish students, which would be the equivalent of an MA program at an Ivy League institution. And guess what? Over a few years, until Professor Welisz retired in the late 1990s, 80 students got their MAs in that program. Of those 80 students, 10 of them were good enough to get accepted into Western institutions, most of them Ivy League institutions, including one at Columbia. And all 10 of them wound up getting jobs at American universities. That's a pretty good number, I would say, 10% of, more than 10% of the population. Several of those MAs stayed in Poland and got jobs here, like, for example, can I mention a name and nobody from RODO will come and hit me? Krzysztof Rybiński, who I'm sure is familiar to all of you. And there were other people also who stayed here and got their PhDs and then remained in Poland. So the notion that there is a population of people who are maybe even eager to cooperate with their colleagues in Poland is not a dumb one. It's a good one. The question is, how do you reach them? Well, you have to have the data. That's one of the points that I mentioned at the top of my talk. The departments may have lists of absolwenci, of graduates of their program, and may even be able to track where they are now. And then a small program of invitations to each of those people for events that might be of interest, maybe participation in a summer school, or some kind of a conference on a topic. There might be bilateral discussions that come in after that allow universities to exchange students with one another, so that you might have more foreigners here, and universities in the United States might get a few people from Poland as well. So that is one solution, I think, that could be looked at. And here, I think the rector's office at any university might be willing to help, because there is something called Biuro Współpracy za Granicą, and they could be prevailed on also to do a little research and find out who is out there who might be of interest to us and is not necessarily connected with our university. I know in the case of history, so historians in the United States might not be affiliated with Warsaw University like I was, because I did my PhD research here during martial law. So I knew Warsaw University and knew the historians at Warsaw University, but of course there are historians who teach Polish history or East Central European history who perhaps have connections in Wrocław or the UJ or someplace else. So it's not that hard of a project to make a list of people who are teaching these kinds of subjects in the United States, and then to reach out to the departments and say, hey, why don't you guys come up with a reason to bring this person and their students to our country? That, I think, would be a good start for any institution, and more than one. My conclusion is that, and it's not original, contacts and cooperation between regional universities and their counterparts elsewhere are a good thing. It's like that old adage, knowledge is good. Well, guess what? Exchanges are good. Bringing people to see what is going on in a country is also good. And of course, what comes afterwards depends on the self-interest of, in our case, the Polish partner and the American partner. I was telling Rector Nowak a little earlier that very few American scholars will react to a program whose aim is to promote Poland. Why? Why should an Ivy League university promote Poland? It's promoting scholarship, it's promoting academia, it's promoting the spread of knowledge. And if you can accomplish that, and at the same time say, there's this guy in this university here who really would be a breath of fresh air in Polish academia, why don't we try and set up something with him and with his university? If that works, you're ahead of the game. So those are my remarks for today. I hope I didn't take too long, and of course, I'm very happy to answer any questions either in English or in Polish. Dziękuję bardzo.
Dziękuję bardzo. Thank you very much. John, moja sugestia.
My suggestion is as follows. Why don't we invite our colleagues online to take the floor, and then we will hand over to Hubert, and Bogdan will be last but not least. And before I invite our colleagues of Romania and Lithuania, I would very much like to ask for some to concentrate on two things. On our experience of lecturing at our own universities and lecturing at universities abroad, and what are the comparative standards of teaching. And then let's go to discuss the level of research and how we can aid research. And even if I moderate and I should not offer any introduction, I will do some introduction just to give you food for thought. I lectured at 40 or 50 universities, American, Asian, Russian, Ukrainian, to come closer to us, and European, in the United Kingdom, in Germany, in France, etc. It is not about praising my achievements, just to tell you that I'm really well-versed in teaching on the level of bachelor's degrees and MA degrees. Polish universities, and especially University of Warsaw, do not diverge from the standards of universities that are in the Ivy League as John has mentioned. The problem starts at PhD level, but this has bearing on research that must be done. Also, I would like to ask my colleagues to comment on the statement that Poland, Lithuania, Romania, so the countries represented in this room, Ukraine may be a different story, Bogdan, but other countries for the last 15 or 20 years had the opportunity of sending major groups of their students to various exchange programs, also as a result of bilateral arrangements signed by two universities. And progress in Polish universities is incredible in the span of the last 2 decades. To tell you more, quite recently we had a seminar where we spoke about the achievements and results of student exchanges on bachelor's and MA degrees in the last 25 years, and from the empirical data we had at hand, we can affirm that 2 or 3% or more people who returned from such exchanges were then failing in passing exams and passing to the following year or obtaining their MA degree. So it tells you volumes about the standard of teaching, of learning at Polish universities, and also it tells you volumes about how being exposed to other universities helps Polish students. Now, with your kind consent, gentlemen, would you please take my questions and also the introduction that I have just offered? So could you please tell me about the situation at hand in your universities? Is it similar to what I was describing to you? And could you please describe the situation and try to evaluate this discussion, the situation? And John will be also invited to take stock of the situation from the Columbia University. Well, this is the Ivy League, so it is the best of class university. You have wonderful campus and you have good level of research, good level of teaching to your credit. So if you don't mind, I will hand it over to Stefan, the first colleague from Romania, to take the floor, and then I will hand it over to our Lithuanian colleague.
Thank you very much. Шановні панство, доtychczasowe дискусії oraz колеги показали, як важно є познання і проаналізоване проблеми, перед котрими стоїмо. Університети членський колегіум Карпатикум знаходиться в регіонах приграничних. Святким є університет Варшавський, сильник того проєкту співпраці міжнародної та трансграничної. В порівнянні з Європою Заходньою, історія не була збит ласкава для народів Європи Środkowo-Wschodniej.
Too often and for too long, these countries had to resist imperial policies, and they had to resurrect from the ashes. So it had influence also on education and research. Higher education and universities appeared in Eastern Europe with some delay comparing to the Western countries. Even though with this delay, during the last 2 centuries, the nations of Central and Eastern Europe managed to almost close the gap when it comes to the quality of education. Prestigious universities were established not only in capitals or in the big cities, even at regional and local cities, educational institutions were established and they gave a strong impulse for social development. The offer was often adapted to the needs of the labor market. Curricula was very similar to the Western European universities. Our societies are not as wealthy as Western societies, which makes it more difficult for our universities to be ranked in the top 500 in the world. The GDP per capita in 16 West European countries, excluding the Southeastern Europe, is 4 times higher than the average for the 6 countries represented in Collegium Carpathicum. We have the same situation if we compare to the United States. So the modest revenues in our countries and the modest revenues for households result in many young people wanting to leave their countries. Many people also cannot afford to go to university. So in the last decade, the number of students dropped by 25%, and this is also reflected in the number of specialists that our universities can educate. In the Western countries, the number of students increased by 10 to 20% over the same period. The way modern societies are organized makes it possible for many graduates of secondary schools in Eastern Europe to study in Western Europe. Of course, this would be the best pupils, the top pupils. When we speak about the level of education that would make it possible for individuals to fully participate in the society. And for that, it is enough to graduate from secondary or vocational school. However, if you want to increase the overall prosperity of society, you need well-educated university graduates. Of course, digitalization is a very important aspect, and it results in higher demand for highly specialized workforce. What can we do? What can the world of academia do in order to improve the situation? We have to foresee the future. We have to forecast the future and be one step ahead of the time. Collegium Carpathicum underlines how important it is to be close to one another and to learn about one another. The war in Ukraine has demonstrated how important it is to be able to rely on your partners, to trust your partners. And such neighbors and partners will make it possible for us to build a better future. During the pandemic, we had to use online platforms and distance learning. We were able to use internet to communicate, but also to organize very concrete activities and to promote teamwork during lectures or presentations. We were also able to work on joint projects online using modern technologies. We were digitalizing at the same time, regardless of whether we are in the eastern or western part of Europe. So new innovative technologies, robotics, artificial intelligence, give us an exceptional opportunity to close the development gap between different parts of the European Union. Our universities cannot give up on the main mission, and that is contributing to the development of our region. In order to achieve our objectives, we need a political class that would provide adequate funding for universities. We need to support the values that are the foundation of the education in order to build universities that would ensure development of our nations. Only creativity and imagination can give us an opportunity to build a better world, a safer world. Thank you very much for your attention. Stefan, thank you very much and congratulations on your excellent Polish. Maybe we will subscribe to your course. You can teach us Polish and you can teach our students. Your Polish is super good indeed. And now from Kaunas, Andrzej Pukšto, would you share with us your point of view on the education at the Kaunas University, but more generally in Lithuania and the region? Thank you.
Dobry wieczór Państwu. Oczywiście, że
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I very much regret not being able to meet with you and to come to Warsaw University, although Kaunas and Warsaw are not that far from each other. However, my other obligations made it impossible for me to come to Warsaw. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to remember that Lithuania is 12 times smaller than Poland, and so all the problems that pertain to teaching at universities and research conducted at universities are, on one hand, 12 times smaller, but they remain complex. And the difficulties that we face may be 12 times greater. In the Lithuanian society, the issue of higher education is something that is a subject of a very lively debate. We continue to debate on the insufficient funding from the state budget. We speak about the number of universities. Some people say the number is insufficient. Some other people say that we have too many universities. Then we speak about educating our teachers. For the last few years, we've been conducting a very heated debate on how we stop young Lithuanians from leaving the country and going to the United States or to the Nordic countries. So it's very important to hold the debate. And this debate would be considered very interesting also in Vilnius and in Kaunas. This year, Kaunas is the European capital of culture. And as part of this project, we discuss a lot about the role of universities and the role of higher education. Next year, Vilnius will celebrate 700 years of its history. It was pronounced a town, so it received city rights 700 years ago. So this jubilee will be celebrated also with consideration giving to the role of Alma Mater Vilniensis, the Vilnius University. Lithuanian universities have a very complicated history, maybe even more complicated than the Polish universities, because until 1990 they were part of the Soviet education system. Doctoral studies were usually conducted in Petersburg, former Leningrad, or in Moscow, but that is the thing of the past. The transition was difficult, but we have already managed to educate a whole generation that does not really remember the Soviet Union, and they want to act here and now without the history of Soviet Union being a burden. So Lithuania is using all the opportunities of the open European educational space. I also want to mention how important was the role of Lithuanian emigres in the development of Lithuanian universities. And here I particularly want to underline the role of the Lithuanian diaspora in the United States in supporting our universities. At the University of Kaunas, the assistance and the support of the Lithuanian diaspora from the United States was of utmost importance for the development of our university. But now the roles are reversing. We are looking at how we can help the Lithuanian diaspora. In 1990s, the diaspora were the people who emigrated after the Second World War. Now, the roles are reversed, and it is the Lithuanian universities that help those Lithuanians who migrated in order to find employment in the United Kingdom, Ireland, the Nordic countries, and Germany. So we help them to build bridges between Lithuanian researchers and academics working in London and in other countries. We try to help them work together with Lithuanian academics. So a small country finds it more difficult to find its place in the global world of academia. And I believe the best solution is to build alliances. And we heard this in the first presentation during this panel. Our diplomats, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs seems to follow the same strategy. The only solution for us is to become a part of different alliances. The Baltic states are one such alliance. We have very close relations with Poland. Lithuania also has very strong relations with the Nordic countries. We also cooperate very closely with the Visegrad 4, the V4, with the 3 Seas initiatives. We also have very strong bilateral relations with Germany. So there is no other way for us but to take part in different coalitions because they are beneficial from our point of view. And let me also remind you that there are certain challenges connected with the pandemic, but also with the current crisis. In Lithuania, for example, we are hosting Svetlana Tikhanovska. For the past 2 years, we've been the headquarters of her office, so we decided to support the democratic forces in Belarus. So Lithuania, similarly to Poland, is the bridge to democratic Belarus. Fighting against Russian propaganda is also a major challenge for such a small country as Lithuania. Energy security is another challenge, and here very close cooperation between politicians and academics is unavoidable. And before I conclude, just 2 more sentences. I wanted to mention the question of a language. Lithuania decided to go very far, and this is very beneficial for us when it comes to using English to the greatest possible extent. Many curricula, many programs at my university are taught in English, which attracts international students. It is a source of revenue for our university. Our academics are also finding it easier to take part in joint masters and bachelor programs. So for a small country, there is no other way but to use English as an instrument, as a tool of being part of the global world. Of course, this is happening at the cost of other languages, and there I always appeal to my Lithuanian friends, asking them to not allow for English to develop at the cost of other foreign languages, such as Polish or German, because without Polish in particular, we are not able to teach arts in Lithuania. We are not able to study our history and heritage. So we have to continue meeting new challenges, and we can only expect more challenges in the future. But let me use this old Polish proverb. It may not be not very diplomatic, but what doesn't kill you makes us stronger. Let me conclude by saying this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I hand it over to Hubert, I just want to say that this is not the discussion carried out at the University of Warsaw. It is only moderated by the rector of the University of Warsaw, but this is running now in the stock exchange, and this is part of the project Free Seas Initiative Grant Project. So this is to make Mr. Górny more comfortable with us. And remember, I also asked you about research and the state of research and what research is like at our universities. Mr. Rector, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me here. Let me start by referring briefly to the title of the panel. Are we doomed to be second best? Well, within the limits of a Free Seas initiative, by no means the Vienna University, Charles University, University of Warsaw, Cluj-Napoca, they are outstanding universities with much acclaim and great achievements. When it comes to the quality of teaching, and when I heard this statistics of how many universities you were teaching on, I took stock myself, and I thought about the differences occurring while teaching in Poland, Belarus, Ukraine, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Croatia. And it seems to me that there might be differences, but not so much qualitative differences, but rather linguistic differences and differences in style. In Japanese, I was able to teach only thanks to interpreter. So my impressions were such that I cannot really be sure whether I understood much out of the questions addressed to me by the students there. But there is a kind of convention of addressing professors in Japan. And in our part of Europe, in Central Europe, we have a similar system where we have primary school, secondary school, and this is very much in line with previous erudition tradition, where you cannot be a school leaver without knowing where Paris is located, Trnava, Suceava, etc. There is a major dose of maths, of biology, social sciences, whereas in the countries where I was teaching, the primary schools and secondary schools would not offer such wealth of knowledge. And this is like a paradox in terms of erudition and the scope of material, curricula presented to students, while average American schools are below the level represented in Poland, for instance. But as much as those average schools may be on a lower level, then universities of the first 100 of the Shanghai of the Times ranking list, well, these are American universities because they do not only focus on the quality of teaching, but they specialize in sciences. Most of the ratings I've been quoting is on sciences, that is physics, engineering, science, chemistry, and other sciences. And, well, are we doomed to be second best? By no means. Many universities here, as they were founded in the 16th century, they were eminent universities: the Charles University, the Vienna University, Jagiellonian University, the Lviv University, the Vilnius University, the Czerniowce University, and many others. They had excellent results. Now, as I look at Professor Andrzej Pukszto, with whom we were together in a conversation.
Uniwersytetu najwyższego poziomu.
So they were international universities of highest learning, and whereas in Ukraine we also have hundreds of universities now, but those small universities located in smaller cities and towns, they reduce the level of general higher education. And given the poverty of in the overall public in Ukraine, certain smaller universities may attract best performing graduates by scholarships and by places in dormitories or student hostels. You won't believe it, but in Lviv we have the Academy of Veterinary Medicine, and one of its departments is law. And this is by no means the only university. The Polytechnic of University has law to be taught. And what do bachelor degree holders do? Well, then they complete their MA degree at the University of Lviv with very good traditions of teaching of law, back from the times of the existence of Jan Kazimierz University in Lviv. And then we have MA graduates leaving the University of Lviv, and this is how we manage to upgrade the level of didactics. Then there is a massive difference to be seen between the lecturers of the older generation who look back and have some roots in the communist times, and with new scholars, new academic teachers who are by far more open-minded, have good command of foreign languages, and they may assist their students to seek exchanges and to develop further in various Western universities. Professor Nowak on many occasions has visited the Carpathian College and the University of Lviv, and I think that from his perspective and of a man who visited 50 universities of the world, you will agree with me when I say that the level of our students is really excellent, and our students, when they go abroad, they are very well educated, they cope very well, and when they go back from Erasmus, they are really very well prepared. And no matter where they were studying, they really perform very well. In Poland, we very often hear complaints about the shock therapy by Leszek Balcerowicz, but as a result of this shock therapy, Poland achieved in 3 or 4 years' time the first growth in GDP. In Ukraine, we had shock, but there is no therapy. After 1990, the first growth in our GDP was back in 2001. And higher learning and education in the state budget has been marginalized and continues to be marginalized. And here we hit the nail on the head. Why Ukrainian universities don't want to cooperate with the Polish universities? Not because there is ill will, but because they fear that there would be a massive outflow of their students to Poland, and if they leave, there won't be any tuition fee, and without tuition fees we will not pay our electricity bills, and we cannot function without electricity. This is the problem confronted very often in the consortium of the University of Warsaw with the Ukrainian universities. And here some universities and their authorities are really so self-assured and so unwilling to cooperate that this is embarrassing. I remember I remember my discussions with Professor Novak in our old days, and I was saying to Professor Novak back then, well, I represent one of the oldest universities in Europe, and he said, and how many Nobel Prize winners do you have? And then, end of discussion. In the meantime, we have all evolved and we have learned from one another. But the existence of physical border and the uncertain future poses some instrumental questions about the prospects of development of higher learning in Ukraine. Now, when we have electricity stoppages, the whole of the didactic process goes on online. On the one hand, this is very progressive, but without physical contact with students, it is very difficult to impart any knowledge to them, because we in Ukraine, you in the West are often so preoccupied with tests and test results, and we call it the Russian roulette. You make it or you fail. And we really want to make sure that our students know how to think, and no matter what mass media say. Well, another topic will be the condition of research. I will not preempt on this. I just want to say that the potential is very good. The reality is aggravated by warfare. Our students, 18 years plus, cannot continue with their studies, cannot go to Poland to study. And, well, it is extremely awkward to just tell the future given the reality. Thank you very much. Hubert, ad vocem.
I wanted to introduce some more optimism here, because when we look at measurable results of academic policies in my field, and that is the history of economics, the history of rural policies, the hand and other Dutch scholars. Well, Hand was a Belgian, from Hand and Utrecht in the Netherlands. I cooperated with these universities and I took part in research and exchange. And in the Netherlands, which are in the first ranked, in the first 5 in the Shanghai ranking list, and there was a colleague from Lviv University, a student of Natalia Kowenko, was part of our team. So when we have a clearly defined research topic, when we have access to sources, and when we have cooperation, and when we already know one another, it is possible to cooperate, to be great partners, and we can successfully cooperate with the top universities, achieving excellent results. So a practical proposal would be to strengthen the existing mechanisms such as CIPUS, Socrates, Erasmus, so that within the framework of these mechanisms of cooperation of the EU, because the funds available in these programs would be able to solve the problems mentioned by Professor Hoyt. So let me summarize. Time is running and we may not be able to present our conclusions at the very end. So our distinguished panelists tried to answer the main question, are we doomed to be second best or second rated? I believe that we're not, and I draw some optimism from what we have heard during this panel. Those of you who are member states of the EU, certainly not, and those who represent candidate countries also probably not, because European Union universities invite them to take part in consortia. So we do not have a full reciprocity yet, but the situation is quite distant. So Polish, Czech, Slovak, and Lithuanian universities from this part of Europe, Central and Eastern Europe, or whatever we call this region, are part of all consortia. There is no university consortium in the west of Europe without universities. In our university, Heidelberg, Copenhagen, Charlemagne University, Milano, the Swiss. So we have such consortia, so they perceive us as someone who gives them a potential for development. And on one hand, they are sort of forced to cooperate with us, but on the other hand, they see us as partners who give them opportunity for deeper research and also didactic development. Our students are very ambitious. It's not true that our secondary schools give poor quality of education. As a rector of a university, we have the pleasure of handing over the prizes in the competitions for secondary schools, and it was my pleasure to award young students who took part in the competition, national competition in physics. And 77 boys and girls were so excellent that my colleagues from the Department of Physics, and they are ranked approximately 20th worldwide, were saying, well, who is going to teach them if they come here? I mean, they are so good already that we can teach them very little. So these young boys and girls are very well prepared, so we should not complain too much about our secondary school education. And the members of our consortia from Western Europe see it, and they appreciate the quality of our students. So we are not doomed to be second best, because, as my colleague from Lithuania said, they also speak foreign languages. Our students come to universities already with good knowledge of foreign languages, so they can also take part in lectures from Columbia and other universities, because they have access to online learning tools. So our students are very eager to take part in exchange programs. They want to go and study at other universities. However, the trend is reversing. The United States are not so desirable anymore. Not even the West European countries. They want to go to Singapore, Malaysia, Hong Kong, and other countries. Is it good or bad? Well, it's hard for me to say, but this brings this fresh air into our academia, and it gives our students to be able to tap into the achievements of other universities. And our lecturers, the ones who are from a new generation that are 30, 40 years old, they are very well prepared to take part in this global academic life. So we have this international community of academics that is developing, is growing, and I took note of some of the statements made by our panelists. We could probably quote them more. And the next question I would like to present to my colleagues as we also have a high number of professors and university teachers who are visiting professors. In Warsaw, we have lecturers from other universities, 1,000 people per year at Warsaw University alone, and at least half of them are very, very high quality lectures. So many people are interested in coming to Poland, in teaching in Poland, which results in joint doctoral programs and other research projects. And of course, we are different. We have different tradition, we have different culture, we have different history, but despite differences, we have achieved a lot of progress, and Warsaw University is not just one example. Consortia are built by many universities. So we have a partnership with many Ukrainian universities. We have a big program with 40 universities. Some of them are excellent, some of them are very good, some of them are less good, but there are possibilities, and Bogdan explained to you why universities in Ukraine are not so eager to cooperate. On one hand, they are afraid of brain drain, and on the other hand, they are afraid that students would leave and tuition fees would not contribute to the financing of these universities. So we want to assist, but we also want to cooperate on the principle of reciprocity. Is this sufficient? That's my question to you. Is it enough to be good, respected in the world, in Europe? So if you teach students, is it enough? Is the didactic achievement enough? Or is it necessary to be original, to provide research, to provide research that results in new products? We could mention a whole list of such research projects, but is it sufficient? So my question would be, dear panelists, if you could try to say as to whether the research conducted at your universities is at sufficient level, whether we have sufficient funding. Let me say just one thing. Everyone complains funding is not sufficient. The Sorbonne, Heidelberg, Cambridge University, Oxford University, everyone complains about insufficient funding. But as a rector, I try to keep saying that universities need to do something about this. And in my opinion, sources of funding from state budget will never be sufficient. We should also have other sources of revenue, funding for research from different funds, foundations, European Commission. Even this will not be sufficient, so we should work with private sector. We should work with the business sector. This will probably not be enough either. And in the United States, 200 years ago, they reached a conclusion that universities will have to look for their own sources of revenue. Endowment was something that is a popular solution for universities. Can we hope for such sponsors? Probably not yet. So we should probably create a different system that would allow universities to generate their own equity, their own capital. We would not be able to work out an answer today, but if you could just briefly touch upon research. Jan, if you could be the first one. You mentioned some excellent names, Professor Berish, for example, who did a lot when it comes to educating Polish economists in a joint program between Columbia University and Warsaw University through a doctoral program based on research. And we can see that people who took part in this program are present everywhere, at universities, in the business, in different foundations, in politics, and they are very successful wherever they decide to work. So you do not have to be completely serious. If you could try to say what can be done in order to fund research, and from your own experience, I'm not speaking about sciences, but also about humanities. What can we do in order to promote research? Because research is necessary to ensure success in teaching students as well. Go ahead. Well, it is not a secret that in Harvard is ranked first, and Harvard is also ranked first when it comes to its equity, its fund, and this is between $40 and $50 billion. So this is $1 billion. It's a lot of money. This means that this university can afford to fund research, although they are not quite willing to do so, and they are forcing their professors to look for other sources of funding for research, which means that Harvard is also contacting colleagues from other universities. At Columbia University, where I come from, our fund is much smaller, but it also makes it possible for our professors to follow their ideas, to research what they feel is important. So every other article written in the social sciences has more than one author. Why? Because our professors, our academics see the benefit of cooperation, because you can work with someone who has a slightly different point of view, and at the end you have a better product. You can publish in very good journals, and this gives you ranking points, of course. So similarly to Minister Czarnek, who awards points to journals, and this is beneficial to professors, because if you have no tenure, it's very important. You need to publish, you need to collect points, because you are more respected if you have more points. And other academics say, oh, well, this person publishes a lot, so he's one of us. It is a little bit different in humanities. In poetry, for example, you know, it's very rare to have two poets writing a poem together. In history research, it is also not so popular to have books written by more than one author, but social sciences are different. So in the United States we have this hybrid system, who seems to be working. One thing is certain: without money we will not be able. Let's start with languages, for example. Warsaw University has teaches 40 languages probably, or maybe more. In this part of Europe and former Soviet Union, we have 40 different universities, so it's very difficult for a university to make sure that we have adequate quality of teaching if you have no sufficient number of students. Sometimes you have 2 students. So does it make financial sense for a university to teach lecturers to teach so few students? It's a problem. But if a university has this so-called iron fund, it can afford to fund faculties that do not generate revenue. So problems have always existed, they will always exist, but I am an optimist. We have to do something, and then we will be able to resolve problems. And here we reach a more difficult issue. For example, we have someone who is 70, who wants to retire, and even if this is a professor who has achieved a lot, he's no longer interested in developing the faculty. I see it everywhere, and there is no other way. We have to look for a younger staff member, saying, okay, so you will teach fewer classes, and in 1-2 years' time, this younger member of staff will be able to accept more courses and teach more students. It's not easy. It's not easy. In Poland, in the United States, as everyone says, there are foundations who fund research or or they also fund some posts, some positions at universities, teaching posts, for example, where often these are not always faculties that I would like to see supported in such a way, linguistics or history or Slavic studies, but at least some other faculties can benefit from that. There are people who work towards it. University of Washington is a recent example of receiving an endowment from a Polish lady. It was not a big amount, but the university inherited some hundreds of thousands of euros. It's enough, not enough to fund a faculty or a chair, but it drew the attention of our other founders, and they said, oh, she left $300,000, so I will give another $300,000. The Kościuszko Foundation gave a matching grant. So when the Washington University already had 700,000, and once we knew how much will be paid out of this endowment per year, matching grants were proposed, and a professor position was funded at this faculty. So there are ways, there are means and ways, we just have to work together.
Poprosimy teraz Bogdana, później Andrzeja.
Thank you very much. Let me hand it over to Bogdan, then Andrzej, then Stefan. In a nutshell, the material standing of Ukrainian universities is very difficult. Consortia such as the one we have with a Polish university are helpful. And we also have, for instance, a center of nanotechnology recently built, and in the middle Galicia, we have Eastern Galicia headquartered in Lviv, then the Western Galicia headquartered in Krakow, and we have Middle Galicia in Rzeszów, and the Center of Nanotechnology there in Rzeszów was created also for the benefit of Ukrainian scholars, and they, without having the opportunities at hand, they go to Rzeszów and continue in Rzeszów. And I know this story firsthand because my wife is a physicist, and well, she is now working in Rzeszów. And as for social sciences, well, there are different approaches. There are professors who think, well, I'll do my job even without the grants from the West, because the grants from the West force certain new approach to history teaching. John knows this. For some of our professors, to discuss nationalism would be offensive, because for them nationalism was about national identity, whereas this is a different story. Where I came to Warsaw and entered the Prus bookstore, I realized that the matter that is handled by most of the historians is just too little. Yes, history is just one of facets. No, I'm just mentioning it. So the future, there is ongoing war in Ukraine. If there is any benefit to it, there is just one. For instance, that is that this will bring to an end the limited mobility of Ukrainian people who are forced to leave, to study in other countries, like we have so many migrants in Poland, in other countries, they now study in Poland, in other countries. And I think that by those means we will become part and parcel of a global science and learning. Thank you, and then over to Andrzej, and then Stefan and Hubert. Well, I will just associate myself with the preceding speakers. The common denominator is that we are all optimists, and we have the optimist vision. I will agree with you where you say that universities need to raise funds and to look for funds, but probably our societies and people are mature enough to recognize the value of universities, and also the fact that we are hosted here at the Three Seas Congress. And I know that you're in the stock exchange of Warsaw. Well, this is a telling sign. Evidently, cooperation between various institutions is possible, is doable, and universities will occupy an important place in the economic and social life of a country and of a whole region. Well, this speaks about the maturing of universities and maturing of the public at large, and of the public institutions and the presidential palace, where scholars are invited for consultations to the presidential palace. Well, this is like a two-way street building a bilateral bond, and I will end on this optimistic tune. Stefan, over to you, if I may.
Pan profesor
Buricze.
Nie słyszy nas.
Can you hear us, sir?
Hubercie,
If not, then Hubert, or, well...
Oratio longa vita brevis.
Oratio longa vita brevis. As when it comes to research, the choice that will produce result, leaving liberty where liberty is needed, management, concern and care of common weal, responsibility for community well. In history, it turns out that very many things were just carried out because of their aesthetic value and crystallography. And now crystallography is the very cornerstone of telecommunications, and thanks to this we can get in touch. Thank you very much. Time is almost up, but let me mention one positive conclusion. I was in a conference in New York about ratings. We were ranked lower than we thought we should be ranked. Why? Because of insufficient quotations in university, in international recognized publications. If we start quoting from one another, as we sit here in this room, we will be achieving substantial progress and achievement. And in applying for certain grants, we are losing, not because we are weaker, not because we do not know how to fill out papers to obtain grants, no. But we think that we can apply for everything. We do not understand the scholarly politics that is carried out. Sometimes the point is that certain directions that will be funded are identified clearly, and many of us do not apply for the financing of research in the preferred direction or in the preferred department, but they apply in general. Of course, you are free to do so, but no institution, no foundation, no endowment will finance you directly unless you're a triple Nobel Prize winner, and here our compatriots would need to apply. Well, thank you very much for having us. Thank you, my dear panelists, for being here. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for participation. We are moderate optimists, as you can see, and this moderate optimism is because of the fact that our students achieve success, our PhD students achieve success, and much more of our publications are now published abroad, and more of people from our universities are professors in other universities, and we simply realize that science may be a driving engine for the growth of economy and for welfare of society and for winning respect, earning respect abroad. If we realize this, let's go down to business. Let's look for funds to finance the undertakings that are related to our science. It won't be easy, but nothing comes easy in life. And we have changed also in our perception of the world. We don't see problems, we just see challenges the American way. It's much easier to cope with challenges than with problems. Thank you very much. Have a very good evening. I wish you a lot of optimism in spite of the complex world we are living in. Thank you very much indeed.
To ja w imieniu wszystkich profesorowi dziękuję.
Myself, on behalf of everyone, I want to thank you, Professor, for this note of optimism. It is very useful. And now there is an invitation where there will be a networking dinner hosted just next door. So there is one more reason to stay indoors, to exchange, to have dialogue and brainstorming, so that to make sure that the new Congress will be even more numerously attended. So you're welcome to the dinner reception. We are co-sponsored by State of Poland, International Debate in Warsaw, Warsaw Stock Exchange, IPL Auditorium, 17 TVP World Portal, Primarium, Institutional Cooperation with Wacław Felczak Institute, Foundation Free Seas, and Association for the Free Seas Initiative. This is all from me. See you tomorrow. Thank you.